Parliament, Mr. Fred Chatila, is a report of the Parliamentary Select Committee that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on 19th July 2023. So those are some of the details expected on the floor of the House this afternoon. And just now we go to the floor of the House as the Speaker's procession walks through to the House. For now, it's good afternoon.
Madam Speaker.
King of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise thee, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. The honorable members, I have 4 announcements to make. The first announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following members of the Parliament Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Staff from the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable Halalia Makapuli, MP, Vice Chairperson and Leader of Delegation. Honorable Charmaine Tirare, MP, Member. Honorable Jan van Wyk, MP, Member. Honorable Vincent Mareka, MP, Member. Honorable Matthias Mpundu, MP, Member. Ms. Carol Ann Esther Hussein, Chief Legal Officer. And Mr. Norbert Uyuni, Chief Parliamentary Clerk. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, is I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students and representatives of the University of Zambia Students' Union, UZANSU, Students' Representative Council, SRC, as well as pupils and teachers from Hold All Christian School in Lusaka District. Maybe some of them appear not to be here yet. However, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I welcome our visitors in our midst. Thank you. The third announcement, honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following public gallery, in the public gallery of the following leaders of the church, mother bodies, and staff from the Office of the Vice President, National Guidance and Religious Affairs Department. The first one is Bishop David Masupa, Independent Churches of Zambia. Bishop Andrew Mwenda, Evangelical Fellowship of Zambia. Elder Beni Chandalala, Christian Mission in Mainlands. Pastor Keith Chumpu, Seventh-day Adventist Church, President of Lusaka Conference. Apostle Evans Kampinga, Apostle Council of Churches. Sister Audrey Mwale, Zambia Conference of Catholic Bishops. Bishop Martin Mutando, New Apostolic Church. Dr. Martha Sitali, Assistant Director, Religious Affairs Office of the Vice President. And Mr. Geoffrey Kaoma, Assistant Director, National Guidance Office of the Vice President. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. The last announcement, honorable members, the National Assembly of Zambia has come up with 3 annual awards for recognizing well-deserving members of Parliament. The awards are aimed at recognizing honorable members who perform exceptionally well in their constituencies, in the House, and the nation at large. The awards fall under 3 categories, namely, 1, the Robinson Nabuliato Award for the overall Best Member of Parliament of the Year. The Robinson Nabuliato Award is in commemoration and recognition of the Honorable Dr. Robinson M. Nabuliato, MP, OGCF, as the longest-serving Speaker, having served from 1969 to 1988 and 1991 to 1998. The award will be given to the overall best performing member of Parliament in the year. 2, the Wesley Nyirenda Award for the outstanding youth member of Parliament of the year. The award is in recognition of Honorable Wesley P. Nyirenda as the first youngest elected Speaker of the National Assembly, having been elected Speaker at the age of 40, which is within the Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU definition of a youth. And the third one is the Nelly Muti Award for the Outstanding Woman Member of Parliament of the Year. This award is in recognition of the current Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, yours truly, as the first female Speaker of the Assembly. Honorable members, in view of the foregoing, nomination forms will be distributed to all honorable members in the House for them to nominate only one member in each category. Completed nomination forms should be submitted to the Principal Clerk, Research, by Friday, 28 July 2023. The successful nominee will be presented with awards at a ceremony to be held on Thursday, 14th September 2023, during the commemoration of the International Day of Democracy. I thank you. Honorable members, we have a lot of business on the order paper. So as we debate, we have to manage our time, and I'll be guiding as we go along. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 76. The Honorable Member for Muchinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 416.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member, Honorable Emmanuel Banda, asked the Minister of Transport and Logistics, A, whether the government is aware that truck drivers at Kasumbalesa and Nakonde border posts are being exposed to high levels of radiation due to the requirement that drivers pass through the scanning machine with their cargo, and B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the health of the drivers and prevent cancerous diseases. Madam Speaker, in response to the question raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mchinga Parliamentary Constituency, I wish to inform this august House as follows. A, yes, government is aware that truck drivers had raised a concern of high levels of radiation due to the requirement that drivers pass through the scanning machine together with their cargo. However, Madam Speaker, this august House may wish to note that both at Kasumbalesa and Nakonde border posts, the Zambian government has installed baggage cargo scanners which can scan trucks without the drivers. The baggage cargo scanners are meant to scan any concealed materials in the cargo. In the DRC and Tanzania, fixed radiation photo monitors are used for scanning. These only scan the trailers and not the horse. B, Madam Speaker, government through Zambia Revenue Authority and the Tanzania Revenue Authority is committed to holding sensitization activities in August 2023 to show truck drivers and transport associations on how the scanning machines operate. This sensitization exercise is envisaged to raise awareness among the drivers that the scanning is only meant for the trailers, that's the cargo, and not the horse. Further, Madam Speaker, the Zambia Radiation Authority and the Tanzania Atomic Energy Agency are collaborating to develop a memorandum of understanding for the joint inspection of the scanners to ensure that the drivers are not exposed to radiation. Additionally, Madam Speaker, with regard to the Nakonde border with Tanzania, this august House is requested to note that Zambia Revenue Authority had an engagement with Tanzania Revenue Authority regarding this concern by the drivers. a meeting was held which comprised of truck drivers, the Tanzania Revenue Authority, and the Zambia Revenue Authority, where it was agreed that a demonstration be held to show the drivers that only the trailer is scanned and not the horse. During the route assessment from Kapirimposhi to Dar es Salaam last year, all government institutions, agencies, and transport associations representatives who were in the entourage were shown how the scanning is done, that only the trailer is scanned and not the horse. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members who want to consult, please do so quietly outside because you are distracting us. If you have any consultations that you have to do, please step outside quietly. Honorable member for Petauke, Honorable member for Lunte, please, if you want to consult together with the leader of opposition, you can step outside so that we can follow the proceedings. Supplementary questions, the Honorable member for Muchinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now that government is aware that drivers are being subjected to this inhuman act by those who operate the scanners, and you know, truck drivers usually use these border posts mostly maybe 2 or 3 times in a month. Does government have any plans to subject cross-border drivers to some medical checkups for every 3 months to ascertain if some dangerous diseases have been, infected into their bodies? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Member of Parliament for Muchinga. Just to put the record straight, government is aware of the complaints. But the truth of the matter is that it's the trailers which are scanned and not the horse where our drivers sit. So our people are not exposed to this radiation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the program of sensitization, when specifically are you starting that program? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, the Member of Parliament, for that very, very question. Again, in my statement, in my answer, I clearly stated that the drivers themselves, the driver associations, including the Tanzania Revenue Authority and the Zambian Revenue Authority, have already started this process. Further, that a memorandum of understanding between the institutions to upscale this activity is being done. So I can assure the Member of Parliament that this sensitization will be upscaled and that all the drivers will be sensitized. By the way, Madam Speaker, the sensitization is to the effect that the drivers themselves will not be exposed. What happens during the scanning, Madam Speaker, is that a truck will pass through the scanner. The horse itself will be outside the scanning zone. So it's only the trailer which is scanned. And this trailer is scanned to see what materials, whether the correct materials according to the documentations are there. So the drivers are not at risk at all. So the sensitization is to basically tell the drivers that they are safe. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Muchinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm still coming with some questions. My profession, I'm a truck driver, so that's where I come from. That's hence my interest. Madam Speaker, yes, that's where I come from. Now that there is this issue where government is saying that only trailers are scanned, and the drivers are alleging that they are scanned together with the trailers, or rather the cargo. Is government considering investigating this matter so that the truth can be known as to whether these drivers are being scanned together with the cargo, or is, as government is putting it, that only the trailers are scanned without the drivers? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, I thank you and thank the Member of Parliament. I indeed we recognize the concerns of the Member of Parliament, and I think there's no harm in doing that. But further, Madam Speaker, the same clarification I gave in my answer, I clearly stated that the Zambia Radiation Authority and the Tanzania Atomic Energy Agency are collaborating to develop an MOU for the joint inspection of the scanners to ensure that the drivers are not exposed to radiation. Indeed, in the MOU, it will be addressed. And also to give comfort to my fellow member of parliament that during the exercises, sensitization, as well as the checks on our drivers, the drivers themselves, the drivers associations, we will be involved. So please take comfort that we'll take every precaution to ensure that our drivers, that our people are safe from any radiation. And further, Madam Speaker, where anybody is exposed to this kind of danger, there's a requirement from our health authorities that the drivers go through frequent medical checks. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to the Minister, the Acting Minister, yes, the answers is given. That's how the ideal situation should be. And what is pertaining on the ground is very different. The Minister said we are coming up with a joint commission with Tanzania and Zambia. But, Madam Speaker, Tanzania and Zambia don't think there's major issues. The major issue here we have, it's a country called the Democratic Republic of Congo. The authority can come up with a scan at any point, at any time. Madam Speaker, today I'm talking to you. There is a scan in Congo.
The honorable members, please do not debate. Ask your question. We have a lot of business to do. So just be straight, precise to the point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just that what is happening to our drivers in DRC, it's something which is the minister has to take it up because this is affecting the whole Southern Africa. Minister, in DRC, they don't follow the rules you are telling us. If the driver, you tell the driver to, Madam Speaker, I'm a tracker and I operate between Congo and Zambia. When you tell the driver to come out of the truck, the driver is charged when, if he has to come out of the truck. So are you having any plans to come up with a joint commission between DRC and Zambia? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that question from the member. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I think we've come to the House time and again to update the House and the nation how we are resetting our relations with various neighbors. There may have been challenges, Madam Speaker, as you are aware. Not too long ago, the substantive Minister of Transport came to the House and the Minister of Commerce to see how we tackle the challenges of basically trucks crossing the borders. This resulting in long queues affecting the economic expansion of our country. We've reset our borders, our relations. We are working very, very well with our neighboring countries to make sure that the challenges faced between the borders are reset and that the challenges are overcome. In this particular instance, Madam Speaker, I've clearly stated that the an MOU has been signed between Tanzania and Zambia. And further, that an MOU between Zambia and the DRC is in the pipeline. This is all to ensure that the various challenges are overcome, including this challenge. And Madam Speaker, I hear the concerns from the members of parliament that a few things could be happening, but I want to assure them that government should take every precaution to ensure that it takes care of its people. And these concerns expressed by the various members of parliament will be addressed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lufubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, the question was, is the government aware of the drivers being subjected to radiation? And your response, you said the government is aware about the complaint. What is the government doing to ascertain the truth on that complaint? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for that question. Maybe let me clarify a bit slowly. Honorable Member, the question on the floor is basically, is government aware that our people, our drivers are being exposed? And my response was that when I come to talking about sensitization, is for us to make our drivers aware that the danger may not be there as they see it, because it's not the drivers in the horse we are scanning, it's the trailer itself. So what happens is that the scanner is off as the truck comes in. It's only on when the area of interest, which is the trailer, is within the site, and that's when the scan comes on. If indeed, as I said to all the other members of Parliament, our drivers are exposed, this is a subject we'll look into as well. However, I can assure this House and the nation and the drivers that government is taking every precaution to ensure that our drivers are not exposed. Your suggestions to check this thoroughly is welcome, and we'll do that. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Minister, in fact, I should thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the Minister of Green Economy to take this question as Acting Minister of Transport, because he does with radiation in his ministry. Minister, the matter at hand is quite serious. And I know that where scanners for radiation are bought, protective gear is also purchased together with those scanners. I can cite examples, but I'll just ask you a question. My question is, when those scanners were procured, did we also procure the protective gear as well by the government?
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and thank my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Chitambo. Yes, indeed, aviation is radiation, biosafety issues are in the ministry, but I also must declare that I'm a transporter and I alive to some of the challenges faced by our drivers as well as those who may be exposed. Indeed, this is a serious matter. My assurance to my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Chitambo, is that your concerns are valid and that these concerns will be looked into by government. My assurance that we are doing everything possible and that with the measures we have right now, our people may not be exposed, does not exclude the fact that we need to check and ensure that our people are protected. This I can assure you, my fellow Member of Parliament, that we will do. And obviously, we will consult all of those who may be aware of such happenings and the dangers and what measures government should put in place. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Transport, for your answers you are providing to the House. Perhaps I just wanted to find out, because we are dealing with radioactive rays and the diameter, the way you've rightly said, they just scan the trailer. What has the government done to ensure that we are setting the diameter? Because between the trailer, I think the entire track should be 22 meters, if I'm not mistaken. I'm also a transporter. So what guidelines have you put in place in government to ensure that our drivers are safeguarded in terms of those who are driving through that process. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Mwambazi, for that very, very important question. Again, it's in the operation, Madam Speaker. The scanner operators and the scanner itself, we ensure that only the vessel or the trailer carrying the materials is scanned. For radiation to affect you, obviously it has to pass through your body. One of the measures we ensure we do is to ensure that only the cargo is scanned. Only the cargo is exposed to that radiation. This will make sure that we do and do well. We will also ensure that other measures, as espoused by my fellow members of Parliament, are also taken in place. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we need to make progress. On that question, those who have suggestions can engage the Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics. And what the honorable members are suggesting is that maybe protective clothing is bought for the drivers in order to protect them. That was one of the ideas. Question for oral answer, Understanding Order 74, the honorable member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to ask question 417.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central, Honorable Halwindi, is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation the following question. A, whether the government is aware that 10 dams were breached and more than 27 others reported to be at high risk of failing in Southern Province during the 2022 and 2022 to 2023 rain season. And B, if so, what measures are being taken to rehabilitate the breached dams before the onset of the next rain season? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. A, government is aware that 10 dams were breached and more than 27 others were reported to be at high risk of failing in Southern Province during the 2022-2023 rain season. And B, the ministry has plans to undertake detailed feasibility studies for the 10 breached dams in Southern Province. Once the feasibility studies are concluded, scope and cost established will be included in the 2024 implementation plan. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The effects of climate change are real, Madam Speaker. And water is very important for us to make sure that we enhance agriculture. Animals in Southern Province without water will have a problem. The minister, in his response, is talking about carrying out feasibility study. In fact, he said they will carry out, meaning they have not even done that. So my worry is, and he says they are going to implement in 2024, meaning even this coming season, Southern Province, all the dams won't have water for animals, for irrigation. Minister, tell the nation or people of Southern Province that, are you sure that this coming season again, the dams will not be rehabilitated and they won't have water in their dams for their animals? Can you assure the nation that what they know, that they won't have water for their animals, for irrigation, for their gardening? Is that the direction of the government? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member of Parliament for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, that is not the direction of government, that people must not have water for irrigation and for their animals. The opposite is the truth, that the government through this ministry would want the people to have more water for agriculture, for consumption, but also for livestock farming. What we are doing, Madam Speaker, like I said, is that we will, for these mentioned dams, undertake the feasibility studies so that we should also ascertain the cost implications, and thereafter put them in the 2024 implementation plan. But, Madam Speaker, we have been rehabilitating some of the dams in Southern Province. We've just finished the rehabilitation of some of the dams, and they are due for handover. So it's not true that we would want to keep the people without water. We are already, I think I've mentioned before on the floor of this House, that we are already countrywide taking stock of the state in which most of the dams are in, so that we could provide resources to rehabilitate those dams. So Southern Province, just like any other province, will not be left behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, 10 dams breached, 27 are about to fall. And you have indicated that you should be undertaking feasibility studies, and so that you can submit for the next budget. When are you starting the feasibility studies, and when are you going to finish? So that we are not late in submitting these dams for the next budget. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank my brother, the Honorable Member of Parliament, for that supplementary question. Madam Speaker, it is our desire, and my desire as a minister in charge of this ministry, that the feasibility studies for this dam are done within the course of this year. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position, Madam Speaker, to give, but I'm hoping that this could be done within the course of this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, this information, the data, in fact, came from your ministry and was carried out in February, meaning that the 10 dams we are talking about now are no longer 10. Those that breached, they are more than that. If you ask most of the Member of Parliament here, they will tell me I've got 5, 10, they are more than 20 actually. So my question is, this is, almost, we can say it's a disaster. Don't you have any plans to involve DMMU so that these dams can be attended to before the onset of rain season? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I thank the Member of Parliament for that question. Madam Speaker, I sympathize with the situation, and I appreciate the question being raised as regards also to the urgency and the importance of this matter. But it must also be appreciated that this is the scenario across the country. We are talking about 10 dams here and the other 27. But if you did an assessment to check with the members of Parliament, like she has said, it's across the country where we're having these challenges. And this is why I've repeatedly said that from the time I took over last year, we did announce that we must take stock of most of the dams that are not performing very well, so that we could, with the help of this House and also the executive, put in more money to ensure that we rehabilitate most of these dams as we also march towards the new plans to build more dams. So I sympathize with the Member of Parliament, but just to assure her that once the study is done and we establish how much it will cost us to do these dams, we should be in a position to start working on some of these dams by next year, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And thank you so much, Minister, for the responses given so far. I think in line with the question posed by the Honorable Member for Mukushi South, when the visibility studies will start, I just want to find out if you have advertised the procurement of the visibility studies, especially that when you talk about government procurement processes, it actually takes a bit long. Have you advertised? That's the question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Member of Parliament for Wacha for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, we have not advertised. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Iteshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the responses, Minister. For the sake of the people of Southern Province and Itestezi, who also have a dam, Masasabi Dam, which was washed away, are you in a position to tell us where those 10, in which districts are those 10 dams that are earmarked for feasibility study and for rehabilitation? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I appreciate the Member of Parliament for Iteshi for that follow-up question. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I don't have the specific areas in which these 10 are, but I can quickly, before close of business, get the information for the Member of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Listening to the questions and the answers, I think honorable members who still want to hear more, they can engage the Minister for further clarification. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 418.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Chama is asking whether government is aware that private companies in Chama North parliamentary constituency and other parts of the country are buying cotton from farmers at a low price of 6 kwacha per kg as compared to 15 kwacha per kg market price in the 2022 marketing season. And B, Madam Speaker, if so, what measures are being taken to avert further exploitation of cotton farmers by the private buyers? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Yes, the government is aware that cotton farmers in Chama North are being offered a price of 6 kwacha per kilogram as compared to 15 kwacha per kilogram market price in the 2022 marketing season. In B, Madam Speaker, the following measures are being taken by government to ensure farmers' concerns on pricing are considered. 1, government engaged ginning companies in May.
The honorable members on my right, please, can we tone down? There is so much talking. May the minister continue.
Government engaged ginning companies in May 2023 on the prices they had offered cotton farmers as they were relatively lower than the previous year. As a consequence of that engagement, ginning companies adjusted their prices to 8 kwacha 10 ingwe per kg. The government, Madam Speaker, in conjunction with the Cotton Board of Zambia and other key stakeholders, is in the process of amending the Cotton Act number 21 of 2005 The objective of the amendment is to incorporate emerging issues in the sector. Notable among these is the private sector production of seed, which farmers access on credit. In the past, cotton farmers would access seed through Lintco, which was a government company. This facility will allow farmers a wider range of access to more fairly priced seed. And through Madam Speaker, similarly, the government wants to amend the Act to address other critical areas such as harmonized extension, fees and levies, input distribution, contract farming, marketing, and most important, Madam Speaker, pricing of cotton, as currently the price of cotton is determined by the buyers. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that response. Honorable Minister, we have a situation in Chama North constituency where the majority of the people did not grow maize because of the challenges in the distribution of farming inputs. So they decided to grow cotton, hoping that after they sell at a good price, they'll be able to buy maize. So is the government considering finding maybe a market? Because currently the situation is so bad that the cotton is in their homes because they can't sell. Are you considering helping these farmers to secure even a market across the borders? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, allow me to take this opportunity to control the assertion that the Honorable Member is putting forward, that in Chama, inputs were delivered late. No, Madam Speaker, that is not correct. So we should first put proper information before our questions. Coming to, I'm talking about Chama, yes. Coming to the issue, Madam Speaker, that the Honorable Member is asking, it is important to note that cotton is a sponsored crop. The sponsors would be very unhappy if that cotton was sold elsewhere. So what we can do is what we are suggesting. We need government and the farmers to get involved in the pricing structure. We have identified that this is happening in other jurisdictions, and this is what we want to bring to Zambia. The Honorable Member will be happy to note, Madam Speaker, that there is now a cotton board which was put in place, and there are a lot of good provisions that they are putting forward which will ensure that we get back cotton to where it was. This pricing factor has made cotton go down in production to very embarrassing levels. Because of the price that was good last year, we went to 60,000 metric tons from 21,000 metric tons. So we want this to be maybe trebled or so, and this will only happen when we manage the pricing for the farmers. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Agriculture a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, in your response, you have indicated that the cotton is a sponsored crop, and obviously the buyer determines the price. In your response, you further indicated steps that government is taking. I did not hear any timelines to the interventions that you intend to put in place to ensure that the outlook improves. Are you able to inform this August House when these strategic measures will be put in place to ensure that our farmers get better profitability? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate so much that question. Yes, Madam Speaker, Cabinet has already given consent. The bill is coming to Parliament. I think in our next sitting we should have it. And our aim is that by next season, Madam Speaker, we should have what I'm saying engaged. We cannot continue at this rate. We are equally so concerned at the ministry at the manner in which the farmers are being treated by the sponsors. So yes, we should have it by next purchasing season. We will have this thing in place. And I urge you to support the bill when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, are you also considering engaging these cotton buyers? Because what happened is that the farmers got imports at a very high rate. But these cotton farmers, the companies, they want to recover everything at a go, leaving a farmer with nothing. So are you trying to engage them so that maybe they can try to see to it that maybe they graduate the repayment period? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my response, Madam Speaker, I did indicate that government is engaging them. In May, for example, we had a meeting with some of these firms. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member is right. And again, I indicated that because currently you cannot buy seed outside your sponsor's domain, you are restricted. But we are pushing that people can buy cotton seed outside that domain and also have input in the pricing. So the answer is an obvious yes, we are engaging them, and I did indicate we have started. We sat with the company that is buying in Chama, and we had a very, very strong meeting on behalf of the farmers, and that's when they moved from 6 to 8. The Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, might be happy to note that if the farmers were allowed to sell elsewhere, right now, the price which started at 6 moved to 6 kwacha 50 ngwe, moved to 8 kwacha, moved to 8 kwacha 50, and right now there are buyers in the country who are buying at 9 kwacha. So if your farmers could access that, yes, but they will be committing an offense because they are restricted. There are buyers in Zambia buying at 9 kwacha. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the predicament these poor farmers have found themselves is similar to what the growers of soybeans have found themselves in terms of determining the price at which they can sell their products which they have toiled for. And you as a minister have got a responsibility to protect these vulnerable poor farmers. You had an engagement with the buyers who had some sort of outgrow arrangement with these cotton producers. And it would appear there's nothing binding between these buyers and the farmers. In your engagement, Honorable Minister, what assurance are you going to give your farmers? You have just told us that you have got buyers who are buying at 9 kwacha per kg. Why wouldn't you as a ministry take the responsibility of determining what the price should be so that these buyers who are buying in Chama are instructed, because your role will be to protect these vulnerable. They will have nowhere to take that cotton if you as government don't help them. And if they don't get anything out of their produce, they are likely going to have their livelihoods negatively affected. What assurance are you giving your farmers? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for showing that grief on what is happening, which we share. Madam Speaker, I indicated that this issue is taking a legal process so that what we do as government is legal. In other jurisdictions, what you are saying is happening. I'll give an example of where there is a huge production of cotton and it is being very well managed in Benin. the government announces the price. But for you to announce a price, you need to have the legal steps. And I said that Cabinet has approved in principle and will bring the bill here so that we can make it legal to do those things. You are aware, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the Honorable Member is aware that currently we cannot do that. So the farmers for cotton, the farmers for tobacco, he has added soybeans, are kind of restricted. But soybeans is open, but these two, you are sponsored and you are restricted. So there is always a problem of marketing. And unfortunately, there's nothing you can do with cotton. There's nothing you can do with tobacco if it is left with you. Soybeans, you can at least eat it. But these two, you can't. So we are making sure that we protect the farmer. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move to the next item? Notes of motion. The Honorable Member for Petauke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to move a motion
Honorable Member, what's the motion that you are moving?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urge government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Order. Seconded by the Honorable Member for Lundazi. The question is that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to debate on the motion to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. Madam Speaker, before I even go further, let me urge all the honorable members of Parliament in this House, but that as I'm moving this motion today, I'm the messenger of the Almighty God. It's not.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Member for Petauke, as you debate, please, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, as you debate, Honorable Member for Petauke, please do not bring the name of the Lord into your debate. It's against our rules. So you may continue to debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Madam Speaker, Zambia is a Christian nation, Madam Speaker. As it is a Christian nation, Madam Speaker, we have got Christianity values, Madam Speaker. And because of those Christianity values, that's why some of us, we are the messengers of Him, the Creator, Madam Speaker. And according to the research, though, I'll put my research aside, Madam Speaker, because I'm talking as a messenger, as I'm debating, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in here, all the members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, they go to church during the difficulties time when they want to be re-elected to come to Parliament to represent the people. They seek the Almighty, the Creator, Madam Speaker, as you guided to say, I shouldn't mention. Madam Speaker, and it has come now to see and to show to the Creator that indeed we are not hypocrites in here, Madam Speaker. Because it's shocking, Madam Speaker, where outside you are saying that you are a Christian nation, or you are a Christian, or you belong to any religious grouping, but when you come here, you do the opposite. So today, it's a judgment day, Madam Speaker, for everyone outside there to see, indeed, if here there are no hypocrites to the Almighty God, the Creator, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Order. Honorable members, I've gotten Honorable Member for Petauke Central. The use of the word hypocrites. Please, can you withdraw? And you are not supposed to debate other honorable members in the House. Your motion is to do specific things, not by the House, but by the executive. You are urging the government. So as you debate, honorable member for Petauke, are you listening? Please, as you debate, do not debate the honorable members in the House. And also, stick to the motion. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure it's the Spirit of God which has taken me that angle, Madam Speaker. The Zambian Statistic Agency, Madam Speaker, 90% of this country's population is Christian, Madam Speaker, and other religious grouping like the Muslims and also the Hindus, Madam Speaker. Zambia was declared a Christian nation on the 29th December 1991 by the country's second Republican president, Mr. Frederick Chiluba, who was directed by the Creator to say you should declare Zambia the Christian nation.
Honorable member for Petauke. Please remember we have rules of the House on the manner in which you are going to debate. I'm drawing your attention to Standing Order 65. You should be factual in your debate. I don't know if you have evidence to lay before the table of this House that there was divine intervention that visited our second president to declare Zambia as a Christian nation. Please be factual. May you proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in 2016, the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs was established in line with Article 92(2)(d) of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016. Article 92(2)(d) of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 vests the powers to establish, merge, and dissolve government ministries in the President, subject to the approval of National Assembly of Zambia. Mandate of the, I'm not the President. They behave, there's the church there, let's respect the church body. Mandate of the ministries, including policy formulating and the development of implementation plan to reinforce national values, principles, and ethics among various stakeholders in Zambia, and also operationalize the declaration of Zambia as a Christian nation. Promoting national values and to actualize the decentralization of Zambia as a Christian nation for social transformation and sustainable development. Facilitating Minister, it's not Christian Tulungu, I'm not.
Order. Honorable member for Petauke, this is your motion, and please, as you present your motion and debate, please observe the rules of the House. Do not engage other honorable members. Speak through the chair, and also do not shout in the mic. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Facilitating denominational dialogue according to religious events such as the National Day of Prayers, fasting, repentance, which most of them they need to repent in here, and reconciliation and preserving Christians and religious sites, and facilitate the Ministry of National Values, Principle and Ethic in the country's development agenda, while promoting citizenship, ownership and participation. In September 2021, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, abolished the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs in line with Article 92D of the Republic Constitution. Portfolios function placed under the office of the Vice President, second highest in office in the country. Other function of the office of the President, which makes her the office to be overwhelmed with a lot of works. Other function, parliamentary business, facilitating the administration of honors and awards to deserving citizens, the settlement of citizens, disaster risk management, and gender matters. Recreation after the Ministry of Guidance and Religious Affairs was abolished. Bishop Council of Zambia decisions by government not in line with the declaration of Zambia as a Christian nation, ministries was an important link between the church and the government, because we have seen, Madam Speaker, where the churches and the government, they need to have something where they can meet together in case of dialogue. When government and the churches, when they want to dialogue, they need to come together, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it doesn't mean that when, for example, when myself or when other person, Madam Speaker, is appointed and then if he has misleaded other people, it doesn't mean that the future generation should suffer because of mishandling of other, that office, Madam Speaker. It's fine as long as you have gotten. You are talking to the Almighty God Creator. The Catholic... Declaration of Zambia as a Christian nation. Madam Speaker, your committee on national guidance and gender matters in their report on 27th June 2023 to the second session of the 13th Assembly recommended re-establishment of Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. And your committee, Madam Speaker, it composed with the opposition, the ruling party, the independent, and any other person who recommended that indeed this ministry is very important to our nation, to protect our Christianity values, Madam Speaker. We have seen, because of lacking that ministry, Madam Speaker, we have seen people calling church leaders names which they're supposed not to do that. If they can see to say there's a problem, they can go, Madam Speaker. They can go, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member, stick to your motion. Please stick to your motion. There is a point of order, honorable member, or the deputy chief. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand quoting Standing Order number 65, that the member that is debating has to be factual. I think, Madam Speaker, you have been guiding the member. I think I've guided him, if not the second or the third time, and he goes on to insinuate that because of lack of this ministry, now other Christians are being called names, when in the actual fact, it was during this ministry that we saw an upspring of Christians for Lungu, who was the president then, and attacking the current president, calling him a Satanist. Madam Speaker, is the member of parliament in order to really continue to bring allegation towards members of this house? I submit, Madam Speaker, we need your serious ruling.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Member for Petauke Central, you've been guided. Please stick to the motion. And if you are going to, whatever facts you are going to present, please be factual. Do not speculate. So please be guided accordingly before you are ruled out of order completely. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your guidance. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I know some of the members, they want to politicize this motion, but I can assure them to say, if they want to, they shouldn't politicize anything which is coming from the Almighty, the Creator, Madam Speaker. It's very wrong because we see in the political ground, Madam Speaker, we have seen a lot of leaders in the politician accusing each other to say, you are a Satanist, you are what? But today, it has come, and the country, the churches, the church mother bodies, they will see indeed today who doesn't support this Christianity and religious affairs, because there's a Muslim, there's the Hindus, but, Madam Speaker, I can assure you to say, I've got the support from the country and the churches. That's why they are even here following what is going on. So we'll see who is going to shoot that motion.
Order. Honorable Member, order. Honorable Member for Petauke, please withdraw that statement that the churches are here to support you. Unless if they have endorsed that they will supporting you. Please do not speak on their behalf. They are not here to support, so withdraw that statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I withdraw because the churches, they have just come to listen, but I said the people outside, they are here. They are there supporting this motion.
Order. Please, always be factual. Be factual as you debate. Honorable members, can we be silent and listen to the debate? Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Madam Speaker, I'll speak later.
The Honorable Seconder of the motion has opted to speak later, so we are debating a motion which is not seconded. As we do this, for now, we are debating, the motion is not seconded. Please, can you wait? I'm guiding. Honorable Member for Wacha. So, since the seconder has opted to speak later, by way of guidance, we'll proceed in this manner. I will pick 3 honorable members who are supporting the motion. I just want to confirm, is the motion opposed? So then I'll get 3 members also to oppose. Then the seconder will come in, or at whatever point, and then the minister will respond and we wind up. I'm doing this for purposes of managing time. So we start with the opposer. I will pick Honorable Member for Lunte. Sorry, supporter, Honorable Member for Lunte. From here, I don't know who is supporting and who is opposing. So, Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, let me start my contribution to this motion by making 2 quotes. First, my first quote is, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. You reap what you sow.
Order.
It is a quote. My second quote, Madam Speaker, is coming from Barack Obama, who said, and I quote, words must mean something. End of quote. Madam Speaker, ministries take care of identified significant interests. This is why we have the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. As a country, we think that's a huge interest. Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Member for Lunte, is there something in your pocket?
No, Madam.
Please, as you debate, avoid putting your hand in the pocket. Yes. Proceed.
The question, Madam Speaker, that we need to answer, the question we need to answer today.
Order, Honorable Member, the reason I've said is that our rules do not allow you to have your hands in your pocket while you are debating.
Madam Speaker, the question we are answering today is whether religion in Zambia is a significant interest or not. The mover of this motion said 95.5% of the Zambians are Christian. 4.5% of Zambians belong to other religions. In this 95.5, Madam Speaker, and this is according to Zambia Statistics Agency, 2022. Madam Speaker, there are Protestants and Catholics divided into this 95.5%. And the rest, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and the others, including traditionalists. Madam Speaker, are these churches, are these religious people capable of directing this nation? Are we as a nation capable of getting benefit from this as an organized grouping with an interest at a ministerial level? This is a question that we need to answer. I actually do think as a country we can benefit from an organized religion in our country. But it depends on the UPNG colleagues, Madam Speaker, because at the moment, the UPNG is responsible through the President for creating ministries. It depends on them whether they think religion is an interest enough to be driven at ministerial level. It's up to them. Madam Speaker, I think the problems we have now, LGBTQ, we can benefit from religion. The problems we have now of junkies in the police service and elsewhere, we can benefit from religion. Madam Speaker, the problems of national division that we have now, we can draw tremendous benefit from the guiding mother bodies of religious organizations, including Christians and non-Christians. Madam Speaker, somebody made reference to Christians for Lungu. There is no problem. You can become a Christian in support of an agenda. This is why we're talking about agenda of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please, let's not make noise or debate while we are seated. Take your notes down and respond when you are called to. Proceed, honorable member.
Most grateful, Madam. The problem of corruption can benefit from guidance from religious leaders. Because corruption, Madam Speaker, damages our country. And religion can play a role in shaping the people's imaginations, in shaping the spiritual standing of society, so that you don't steal, or let me withdraw steal, it's unparliamentary. You don't misappropriate resources that you are just a steward. Madam Speaker, weaponization of state institutions,
Order, honorable members, order, sit down, take your seat, honorable members. Honorable members, let's allow the debate to flow. If we are going to have points of order, we will not finish. And we have so many other items that we need to consider. Unless it's really very important, but let the debate flow. Honorable member for Bwengwa, please, no points of order. Just bear with me. We need to move. Honorable member for Lunte, proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for saving time. Weaponization of state institutions. Madam Speaker, when the Holy Spirit comes down on men who, like me, who have power, then we take decisions that are in the interest of masses. You have very minimal chance of seeing weaponization of state institutions against the weak, Madam Speaker. And there are examples, they do abound, which can be established, and if desirable, laid on the table. However, it is important for this ministry to be considered. And from where I stand, it's not a forcing matter. There is no one I have capacity to force, but it's to appeal to the conscience of men who think that they can draw wisdom from religion, including Christianity. I actually think there's plenty that can come out of there. And when we seek God as a nation, even by honoring him to an extent of uplifting his issues to a ministerial level, to consider it as we do the Ministry of Commerce and Trade because we think it's an important interest in the nation, I think God can answer. Some of these problems can minimize. And I think that we can have less gays in our country, we can have less lesbians in our country, we can have less junkies in the police and in our country, we can be more united as a nation, we can love one another in diversity easily. With Madam Speaker, there can be less corruption, and we can create a better country. I wish to support the motion.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, let's have a flow. But as we debate, please, honorable members, let's learn to be factual. The Deputy Government Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, I want to state on the onset that I oppose the motion that is on the floor of the House. Secondly, I want to add that maybe a lot of members may not know, one of the credentials that I hold is a Master's in Divinity, which is one of the highest master's degrees that you get in theology. So I do not speak as a layman on this issue. I speak as somebody who has been well-trained in theological issues. However, Madam Speaker...
Order. Honorable Member for Kalulush, please listen and follow the debate. The debater has not said divinity is a Christianity. She says she's got Masters in divinity. So please do not debate while you are seated. Let's have a flow. You know, I'm guiding and you are laughing. Huh? And if you are sent outside, you say that I've been sent outside. Huh? Please, can we have order? Otherwise, somebody will follow the debate outside. May the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shared just part of my credentials so that we understand that when we say that this ministry was not necessary, we just mean that. There is a book because we are not allowed to quote scriptures in this house which says, where one or two or three have made, there I am. You don't even have to be more than 10. As long as you are 2, you are 3, you gather together, the Almighty says, I am there with you. If you do not know that Christianity in its infancy was actually legalized by Constantine because of a political motive. Not because that he was a Christian devotee himself, but he saw it as a pathway to win during his political reign. And this conversation continues today. A lot of doctorates and researches have been done between the relationship of the politics and that of the church. And Madam Speaker, I want to submit to the nation of Zambia that the church is supposed to stand aloof and to be the only remaining voice to speak to government and to the least of the in society when there is no voice. So you cannot allow a situation where government is sleeping with the church, then where will the voice of the poor, of the voiceless come from? And that was what was happening in the previous government. Because they allowed the church to go to bed with the government, and the church became mute, and we saw division in the church. Especially for those who were accessing funds because they were inclined to a group which was called Christian for this person, for this person. In the Bible, there's no Christian for David, there's no Christian for Abraham. So where did you get the theology to be claimed as Christians for a certain individual whose name we know and I will not mention, and that's how you went out of power? It is a warning to us Zambians. What you are practicing when you continue to bring Christianity and religion, it's called syncretism. That is a word that you find in theological studies. It is when you begin to create a confusion of your own biases and your own beliefs with religion. But the Holy Bible says, the true religion that God the Father asks of us is that will be holy and that will care for the poor and for the widows and the orphans, not to create a ministry. There is a man in the book that we call the Bible who is called Nathan. Because he was allowed to be independent, when David, who was representing a political side, sinned against the Almighty, Nathan had the capacity to speak with audacity, with confidence, that you, David, you have sinned, because he wasn't getting any incentives from David, the king. One of the videos or one of the speeches that I became known for was when I debated our honorable minister, who was the minister of this religion, which was called religious ministry, Honorable Sumaili, whom I respect dearly. And I said, the Bible says you shall know them by their fruits. And it was during the PF government that we saw that democracy was diminishing. It was during that time that pangas became the order of the day. And yet the Holy Book says, you shall know them by their fruits. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do not come here, honorable members and Zambia at large, to be brought to a small group of people because they had access to the machine of the government. That shall not happen under the new dawn government, under His Excellency, the President of this Republic, Hakainde Hichilema, who has shown more Christian values than we ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of the ministry sits in a place whereby people now
Honorable member, honorable deputy chief, please do not refer to the Bible or quote the Bible, and address the honorable members as honorable members, not ladies and gentlemen. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I take your counsel And I'm just reminded of my own personal decision that I made. Because I was supposed to be ordained, but I knew that I was going in a political dispensation. I said, not for this time, though I have the credentials, because we know that there are stories of David in the Bible where he was told, you cannot eat from the altar because...
Order, honorable member. Please do not record the Bible. Do not record the Bible. Order, and avoid debating yourself. Please proceed. Stick to the motion.
Madam Speaker, the point is that even David in the word was told, you cannot align yourself to the altar and eat the bread of the altar because you are a king and not a priest. And that is why it is important to separate politics and the church. Because the church is the last resort to speak when no one else can speak. It is the last resort where the church can face any government, any president, and say, this is what the people are saying. And that is why, under the New Dawn government, maybe let the watch stop before I drink the water. What I meant, Madam Speaker, I said if only the watch could stop so that we can finish this dead motion once and for all. So that Zambians know that Christianity is about the fruits. When you look at the things that this government is doing, even free education, it's because they care about the well-being of the Zambians. Madam Speaker, I wish I had more time to debate. I think what is important is separate politics from the church so that there is no grouping that will think they're more closer to the government or more closer to His Excellency. But we want where every well-meaning Christian leader can be a voice for the Zambians. Where every meaning Zambian and church leaders are open to visit the Vice President's office, where this ministry now belongs, which is even more highly regarded because now it's under the Vice President, who is a woman of God herself, and her second man, a bishop himself. So, Madam Speaker, I want to submit this motion came dead and it should go back dead.
Thank you. Honorable. Order. Honorable members, as I indicated, no points of order. We want the debate to flow, and we want to save on time. So, Honorable Member for Lumezi, please add guided. Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity and allow me to put this conversation into context. Let me start by stating that I fully support the motion that has been introduced by the able Member of Parliament from Petauke. Madam Speaker, just a brief fact so that everybody is in tune with what we are talking about. In December 1991, the late President Frederick Chiluba declared Zambia as a Christian nation. Madam Speaker, in 1996, we amended our constitution to put this declaration into our preamble. The preamble of a constitution is what defines, number one, who we are, what defines what our aspirations are, what defines what we envisage to be. Madam Speaker, who we are as a Zambian people is defined explicitly in our preamble. So we unanimously agree that 95% of us are Christians. But we are not jealous. We have allowed others to also profess their professions, or rather their religious affiliation. Madam Speaker, the idea of the Ministry of Religious Affairs has not started today. It was birthed in 1997, the late President Frederick Chiluba introduced a desk in charge of affairs of the church, and it was headed by a deputy minister. In 1996, the then President Edgar Chagwalungu created a full ministry. 2016 rather, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member. Honorable member, be factual in your...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I can see that everyone is following. It's important to have this conversation followed through. Now, let me, Madam Speaker, state this. The church and government cannot be separated. The church and government are like Siamese twins. Because the church and government serves the same interest. The work of the church is to take care of the soul, the needs of the soul. The work of government is to take care of the needs of the flesh, the body. The two are supposed to complement each other. That is why, and I want to borrow my elder brother, Honorable Kafuaya, who says, why do we create a ministry? A ministry is created to enhance governance. A ministry is created to propagate an interest. And a common interest, such as the one that has been enshrined in the preamble of our Constitution, is too huge to be neglected or reduced to a mere department. Madam Speaker, the church, the idea behind the creation of a ministry was to create a platform for the church to be interfacing with government. In the wisdom of the late President Michael Sata, he saw the gap between government and traditional leaders. He created the Ministry of Chiefs and Traditional Affairs. If we are students of history, you will agree with me that in that period of the existence of that ministry, problems of conflicts between government and traditional leaders were reduced. Last week, Madam Speaker, member for Nalolo brought an issue that is so aloof in Western Province.
Order, stick to the motion, honorable member.
Madam
Stick
Speaker,
to the motion.
I am driving this parliament to understand where we are coming from. I think that I'm permitted to bring in issues that help us
Honorable
understand.
member, you have been guided. You've
Madam
been
Speaker,
guided. Stick to the motion.
Madam Speaker, when the Ministry of Religious Affairs was created, it created a platform where the church could not speak on the anthill. The church had a platform to air their grievances in as far as what government was doing in taking care of the needs of the people's flesh. What is happening today, Madam Speaker, because this ministry is non-existent almost, because it has been reduced to a mere department, the gap between government and the church has widened. The results, Madam Speaker, are glaring in the public. Today, after a very long period of time, the church seemingly is fighting with government. And not at a very low level, at a very high level. Madam Speaker, facts are here.
Honorable members, let's be factual. Let's be factual, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, facts are here, and if you permit me, I can lay myself and my phone on the table to show you that government and the church have been fighting in the newspapers, unless we want to play deaf or blind to these facts. The fact, Madam Speaker, is that we've created that vacuum where the church does not have a platform to speak on issues they observe government is airing. The insistence by the Honorable Member of Parliament from Petauke is that if we bring back this ministry, we are barely calling for the establishment of a channel of communication between these two critical entities that serve the same common interest, taking care of the needs of the flesh, taking care of the needs of the soul. The church has been prominent, Madam Speaker. The church has been prominent in being a partner to government. Not only does the church preach the word of God, the church has complemented government in addressing social issues. The church has established schools, the church has established hospitals, the church is there as an all-weather partner to government. What is sinister in asking that this church is recognized? What is sinister about that request? This is not strange. This is not new. It started in 1997. There was a deputy minister not sitting in a ministry, sitting in State House. This is not strange. Madam Speaker, for the first time, this is not about political UPND, political PF. This is about our aspirations, our subscription as a Zambian people to Christian values. The absence of this ministry has seen bad vices. Today, people can go and march and chant and raise flags. Not long ago, the president came here to address us about the progress made on principles and values. Our values have gone into the drain, Madam Speaker. Today, homosexuals can walk very free. Nobody cares. Nobody can question. Today, even if they say question, they are aware that our values have gone by with the wind, Madam Speaker. We ask this, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
We need a ministry. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Now we have an opposer, the Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. O ye men of little faith, seekers to speak like Paul before the encounter, when you are still souls. Madam Speaker, the motion on the table is that the government is being urged to establish a ministry of guidance and religious affairs. And the mover of the motion, if there has ever been a motion that has been moved in such a haphazard manner before, Madam Speaker, it's this one we are dealing with. He clearly didn't understand what he was talking about. But nonetheless, we will quickly provide an answer.
Order, order. Honorable Member, order. Just debate the motion, how it was presented. I think it's not an issue. Let's learn to encourage each other. So, Honorable Member, stick to the motion. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and well guided. Madam Speaker, quickly let's provide the answers to what the situation is right now. All the functions that were performed under the Ministry of Guidance and Religious Affairs are still there, and they have since been elevated to the office of the Vice President. That's the short answer to the proposal. But, Madam Speaker, let's take the debate a notch higher. Whenever you are dealing with issues that are of a constitutional nature, we need to remind ourselves what the Constitution is there for. The Constitution, Madam Speaker, is set out to do three things. One is to establish institutions of governance, and in our case, it's the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. The other one is to regulate the relationship between those institutions, how they relate to each other. And finally, how we, the people, relate to those institutions. Now, the mover of this motion was actually quoting the Constitution, the preamble, where the declaration of Zambia, the Republic as a Christian nation, is included. And then it goes to Article 92 to talk about the executive functions of the president. And that's what I just want to quote and ask the question, where do we come in? So let me just read Article 92 2D. It says the president shall establish, merge, and dissolve government ministries subject to the approval of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, nothing could be more clear. It is the president who does establish, dissolve, or merge, then brings here. There's nowhere in the Constitution where it says the National Assembly can come up with a motion and then take it to the president for approval. Why are we trying to do things upside down? This is a responsibility that is specifically assigned to the president under the executive functions. Madam Speaker, what we have been treated to here is people attempting to emotionally blackmail the masses there. That if the Ministry of Religious Affairs is not there, that is equal to Christian values being removed from our society. Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Lest we forget, let's remind ourselves what values those who had the Ministry of Religious Affairs stood for. It were values of violence on the opposition, values of shooting tear gas in student hostels, values of looting. Who has forgotten about Mukula? Police officers were attacked right at the places of their safety. Madam Speaker, to this day, we are still wondering, where did all the money that we borrowed actually go? And if that is the spirit they want us to go back to, they will go alone. Us, we will be with the people of Zambia to what the people are enjoying now, which is that values that are enshrined in
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Leader. I've guided. We want the debate to flow. Apologies, Honorable Leader of Opposition. Let's stick to the motion, Honorable Members. You debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We do not want to go back to an environment where all manner of vow was commonplace. Certainly, we don't want to go back there. Madam Speaker, the people of Zambia should not be hoodwinked that their entry into heaven is through a ministry. We do know that the ability and the opportunity and the chance for any one of us who subscribes to the Christian religion and that will go to heaven is based on your individual relationship between you and your maker. The people that want to today lecture us about values, Madam Speaker, have got no moral, I'm looking for the right word. They have no moral authority to do so. Absolutely none. And if we ever needed any guidance in terms of what should be done in this country to promote virtues that are developmental, virtues that are all-inclusive, virtues that are not discriminatory, no tribalism, no nepotism, certainly it's not their example that we will look to. For we are setting a standard that will be followed by many generations after us. Madam Speaker, the repentance of a hypocrite is itself hypocrisy. And therefore, our colleagues that would want to push a picture of having had an encounter with some spirit now, we do know that encounter is only the loss of power that occurred in 2021. They need a spiritual encounter, like Saul did before they can change their names to Paul. Madam Speaker, our colleagues are playing around with this very, very important issue. The matter of religion is very, very important to Zambians. And they do not want anyone to play around politics when it comes to what we believe in as a nation. That's why we have it in our preamble of the Constitution. And therefore, our colleagues will be better advised that motions of this nature, where they seek to mock the public out there, with a pretense of a Christian form, yet in their hearts. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with these few words.
Order. Honorable. Order. Are you now the speaker, honorable member for Kalulush? No, but you can't talk across the floor of the house. I've guided you earlier on. Please, let's observe order. Honorable member Fonkana, also, when you were debating, nobody was shouting. You were debating, we were allowed the freedom to debate. You are shouting from there across. It's not allowed. Please, let's restrain ourselves. Honorable member for Luena, the word of the use of the word sat, or whoever said the word satis, please, please, let's not use such words in the house. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the only vice that cannot be forgiven is hypocrisy. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I do not wish to forget to state that, therefore, this motion does not get our nod this side. For a very simple reason, that it is brought for political purposes. It's brought to try and emotionally blackmail the masses. And I would like to use this opportunity to remind the masses that if there is a government that's going to promote Christian values ever in this nation, it is this government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable member for Kalulush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing the good people of Kalulushi. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I would just like to outline why in 2016, the Patriotic Front government, headed by the able leadership then, Edgar Chagwa Lungu, instituted the Ministry of Religious Affairs. Primarily, its implementation of the country's declaration, which was made under President Frederick Chiluba.
Order, honorable members, honorable member for Mongu Central, please. Can you restrain yourself, otherwise you follow the debate outside. Honorable member for Kalulush, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was stating, the Ministry of Religious Affairs was basically highlighting two very important issues that the country needed. Number one was implementation of the country's declaration as Zambia is a Christian nation. Number two, providing policy and legal framework pertaining to Christians and religious affairs, meaning even the Muslims, the Hindus, wherever, they were all included. Their affairs were going to be taken care of. Madam Speaker, things of God you do not play around with. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a very sad member of Parliament, that I could even hear members of Parliament saying, people that we even go to church with stand and laugh at a motion like this. Things of God you do not play around with. Madam Speaker, the moral decay in this country is unthinkable. In the PF government, we used to say, cadres, pangas. But today we have more gays, our children walking naked, than we have cadres. What are we doing about it? Today, when you are arrested, you are afraid whether you're going to be molested or raped, because the moral decay in this country has gone downhill. And we are here laughing and singing and saying this is a motion that has no, it is a BID. Madam Speaker, just in my constituency, we had trackers. Our girl child was raped. Look at the high level of our women and men committing suicide. Isn't that an afterthought? Look at the statistics that are being released every day. Look at the divorce rate every day. We have more divorce It was all under Ministry of Religious Affairs. That is why, because we have seen as a people, this is not political. Things of God are not political. Madam Speaker, I heard one member here say, I have a master's in divinity. Let me just define divinity. Divinity is a religious being like a God. That is why we're having all these oppositions. Because we do not have Christians that believe in God. We have people that are debating emotion, that believe in beings. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter. I am standing here because I am a Christian. And one of the roles of a Christian is to defend that which is right before God. And that is why I've debated. All of you here have an obligation, because none of us created ourselves. None of us fell from the skies. We came from somewhere. So all of us in here have an obligation to defend which that is right. The Ministry of Religious Affairs is a very essential ministry. If we can defend the Ministry of Mines, Commerce, and all these things come from God, why are we not defending the Ministry of Religious Affairs? He that is the author of your own life. You have failed to defend that. And we're here defending other ministries that cannot even provide medicines in the hospitals. And we are here defending them. We are here defending them. Madam Speaker, if we are not careful, and I quote, Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because of arrogance. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because the people stopped listening. I make a sound warning to all of us. For every believer in this house, this is just a house, and after this, we'll go home. Stand for what is right. Behind or before political lines, whichever, you have an obligation to the Creator. If you cannot defend what is right, as a Christian, even as a member of Parliament, I'm not here speaking for politics. I'm speaking because it is right before the face of God. So all of you in here, Madam Speaker, all of you have an obligation to say, yes, we might have removed the Ministry of Religious Affairs because maybe we were in a hurry or we did not know the value of this ministry. But we agree that we need to bring it back. There is a lot of moral decay out there. People's homes are crumbling. And this government cannot say it is not paying an eye. We know. Minister of Home Affairs, you know the cases have risen. Look at LGBT. We saw the video clip. These are our children that were chanting. Did you hear what they were saying? And today we want to come and say, no, we should not bring back. Let there be a legal framework. Today we have certain SDs, Secretary Generals of the party, calling men respected clergy Lucifers. And government has not commented. And government, if we had a Ministry of Religious Affairs, these are policy frameworks that needed to be implemented where government and the church are not at loggerhead. Madam Speaker, what we hear today in the papers is church with government, with the church. My plea to this government, I know President Hakainde Hichilema will listen, and he's a listening president. President Hakainde Hichilema, do not listen to your MPs and ministers. Please do the right thing. I thank you,
Order. Order. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members, you know the rules. Please, as you debate, do not draw the name of the president in your debate to sway your debate. Please, be guided. The honorable member for Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank you for giving the people of Zambezi East an opportunity to contribute to this motion, which was ably moved by the Honorable Member for Petauke. Of course, I'd like to differ a little bit with my Honorable colleague, the Honorable Member for Luena, in the manner in which the motion was moved. I believe the motion was ably moved. However, the motion seems to border on politics. And Madam Speaker, I've observed a trend that this Wednesday Avenue is being used by our colleagues to bring in these motions which try to help them to try and salvage the lost popularity and try and hoodwink the masses so that people might have some belief in them. And you see, the easiest route is religion. And where you see tyranny world over in regimes which were so inside tyranny, they use religion as a bait because people are very emotional about religion. Because you see, a human being has been created with emotions. And because a human being is emotional, they get so attached to issues to do with religion. So our colleagues have really found a very clever way of bringing in these motions, even when it's not necessary. But I'll go to,
Order,
I'll go to the
Honorable
substance.
Member for Feira.
I'll go to the substance of the
Order,
debate.
order. Honorable Member for Feira, please do not shout across the floor. And this should be the last warning. Any member who shouts across the floor will be ordered to leave the House. Let that be taken note of. There are no points of order. I have already guided that. Let the debate flow. Honorable Member for Zambezi East, proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I started my debate with that preamble because I wanted the nation to know the reasons to why we spend this kind of time on motions such as this one. The nation needs to know that these motions are simply brought in to try and hoodwink people's minds because religious issues are emotional. And I'll qualify this. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, we had other motions again brought here in a similar fashion. And the target is those gullible people. We saw it, and the attempt has been, the problem which is there is that our colleagues on your left-hand side have never learned from the lessons we dealt with them on that date of the August in 2021. Because you see, the strategy was similar.
Stick to the motion, Honorable Member.
The strategy was similar to use religion to try and hoodwink people. They crafted the so-called Christian Folungu and used the church in many ways. And people were bribed, actually in churches, even leaders, given money to try and speak this and that, and even crafted ugly names against our leader just to try and hoodwink people. We have not forgotten, and don't think Zambians are that gullible. You can't come here and bring a frivolous motion just to try and think that Zambians will buy into this because it borders on religion. I just want you to remind you, in fact, I'm speaking to you, colleagues on the left-hand side. These motions are really a waste of time because you are not going to salvage anything from the behavior you displayed in the regime. We had the worst
Madam Speaker, point of order.
We had the worst ever
Honorable
behavior.
members, order, order. Honorable members, I have guided. I ordered that let the debate flow. When they were, order, order. When there was debate on the other side, there were points of order. Please, can you pay attention to guidance? The problem is you want to challenge everything that I'm saying here. There's no house that operates in that manner. I've guided no points of order so that we allow the debate to flow. There were issues which were raised from this side, and there were points of orders indicated. I did not allow for points of order. Let the debate flow. May the Honorable Member for Zambezi East proceed.
Madam Speaker, the key phrase here is the substance of a transaction overrides the legal form. So the substance.
Order. Honorable Leader of Opposition, you are in the habit of challenging me on anything that I do. I think that is unbecoming of your leader of opposition, in accordance with your roles under the standing orders. Let's not behave in that manner. Let's not underrate the authority of the Speaker. The fact that I'm here today, tomorrow it will be another person. We are talking about the speakership. Let's respect that. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm the one who is in charge here. May the leader, the honorable member for Zambezi East proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will not be detracted by all those insinuations. What it is that the substance of this ministry, what it's supposed to achieve, is still in place, as you have heard from the other debaters. The structure still exists. And scholars of management will tell you that strategy follows structure, or structure follows strategy, rather. The structure that the president has put in place is in conformity with his strategy on how he wants this nation to be run. And all the structures to do with national guidance and religious affairs exist and now elevated under the vice president's office. What is different from the previous regime is that a position existed, but for obvious reasons, to simply hoodwink the gullible people who might not see through. That is what was happening. We had a home minister seated here in the front bench, with a title, but really doing nothing. What was happening outside is pangas, people were being hacked on a daily basis. When there was a by-election, it was almost a war zone. I'm one of those who was injured in a by-election. Madam Speaker, I still have pictures which remind me, when I look at them, that's why when I speak about these people seated on your left-hand side, I speak with a passion. So there is nothing to talk about now, bad morals coming in. This is when we are seeing now good morals. We can have a by-election and people can go about doing their business. You can go in town wearing a T-shirt with the lungu or whoever, whatever PF symbol on it. No one will attack you. In the previous regime, madam, doing that would be sentencing yourself to death. So, members of parliament, let us not look for this Wednesday Avenue to hoodwink people and think that Zambians are gullible and would buy into this issue, because religious issues are things that people get emotional about. There's nothing to get emotional about. I saw the mover of the motion was trying to bring in the Holy Spirit and all sorts of things. I mean, we haven't forgotten how, may his soul rest in peace, Honorable Tutu Angulube, sorry to mention his name, he did some of that, you know. But you see, all those things to do with religion never helped these people to come back to power. We, who were serious and meant business, are the ones now in the driving seat. Yeah. And we want to prove it. The president made a commitment to the Zambians that he was going to downsize the cabinet. And that's why I said that strategy, the structure follows the strategy. The strategy was to downsize the cabinet. Even while he was keeping the functions of that Ministry of Guidance and Religious Affairs, he needed to drop that position. But the rest of the function exists. This is in line with his strategy of downsizing cabinet. It is with good morals in order to serve Zambians better. So where is the problem? With all those insinuations of now the morals of the people are affected because of a position which was only for purposes of hoodwinking Zambians. So Zambians, please see through this. This Wednesday Avenue is just being used to try and hoodwink people's minds. But we shall not be cheated again. We know them very, very well. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lundas, are you going to speak or you... This is your time now, otherwise we'll have to skip you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can go ahead and speak.
Proceed.
First,
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the mover of the motion. This is a non-controversial motion being debated in the manner in which it's being debated. You tend to wonder if 95.5% of the population are Christians, then why don't we want to identify ourselves with who we are? America has done that. On the American dollar, it is straight, in God we trust. Uganda, if you go, just at their parliament, even on their flag, it says for our God and for our country. It's just important that as Zambia, we assert ourselves. It was declared that Zambia is a Christian nation. Why are we saying we should bring back? We are urging the government, it is up to them. We are urging the government to bring back the ministry which was already established. Why are we saying this? A ministry gives policy direction. What policies can we benefit from the religious individuals who are in this, or religious groupings who are in this country? Madam Speaker, we have Roma girls, we have St. Mary's, we have St. Monica's, all these schools which are being run by the Catholic. We have Eden University. We have even Rusangu University. Some are being run by the SDA. Are we sure that these people, we are not recognizing them, that they are helping this country to take it somewhere? We do recognize them. That is why we have even allowed them to operate the way they are operating. Madam Speaker, let us talk about the Muslim community. These are people who are drilling boreholes, even in my constituency today, helping the country and shaping it and taking it somewhere. Madam Speaker, in supporting this motion, I want to state that I am a member of the National Guidance on Gender Matters. If we look on your right, there are no women who are in leadership. There's no ministry for gender. What are we saying? We are saying we need a ministry which can be able to give guidance.
Order. Honorable member, stick to the motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker. National guidance is very important.
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
You are still watching Parliament television, and the House has taken a 20 minutes health break. Under consideration on the floor of the House is a motion moved by Petauke Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, and the title of the motion is introduce national guidance and religious affairs, and that in this motion that he's urging this House to urge government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. And on the floor of the House just before the break was seconder of the motion, Lundazi Central Member of Parliament, Brenda Nyirenda.
Yes, and the House has so far considered 4 announcements. The House has also considered 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 76, 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And still to come on the order paper, we have 2 committee reports, 2 government bills that are coming at 3rd reading stage, and a resumption of debate on the report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies. And so we'll be giving you details of these later on. For now, we take a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
constituency development funded projects have been rolled out across the country by government in a bid to prioritize decentralization, which is a major driver for attaining development, reducing poverty, and supporting job creation through citizen engagement and participation at local level. To actualize decentralization in line with the Constitution, government has decided to take significant resources from the national to local government level. In this regard, the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, has been identified as a major tool to take resources closer to the people. Our crew continue to bring to your screens some of the ongoing CDF projects in some of the constituencies from around Lusaka. The crew was recently in Munali constituency and visited some of the ongoing projects in the 6 wards of Munali constituency, which are Kalingalinga, Mtendere, Kalikiliki, Chainda, Chamba Valley, and Chakunkula wards. The tour of Munali constituency started with a visit to the road sites that have been worked on. For a long time, road connectivity in Munali constituency was a challenge as most of the roads were in a deplorable state. The road network in Munali constituency is being uplifted with only minor works remaining before they are fully completed. We spoke to the area member of parliament, Honorable Mike Mposha MP, who is also Minister of Water and Sanitation, who explained the road works that have been done in his area.
The most problems that people were raising was the poor road infrastructure. So we thought that we needed to upgrade the road infrastructure in order to improve the connectivity. You'll be shocked that in certain areas of the constituency, you could not get a taxi. If you had a patient in the night, the taxi would not reach where you are, an ambulance would not reach where you are. In fact, just the delivery, the movement of goods into the various, selling points, markets, the shops, the trucks had to park as far as 800 meters, a kilometer. No roads. If you talk about JK Road, was in a very bad state. Vehicles could not pass there. So we have been working on the Irish Road, which is connecting the Kamanga compound to Hybrid Poultry Farm. That was a road which was extremely, impassable, in a very deplorable state. It just became a gully, a drainage where water was just flowing. Vehicles couldn't pass. But I'm happy that we contracted ZNS to do various roads at a cost of 6.6 million kwacha. And among the roads was the one I'm talking about, the Irish Road, connecting Kamanga compound into Chamba Valley Hybrid Poultry Farm. We are also working on, we worked on the Methodist Church Road in Munali Ward. This is a road connecting Methodist Church all the way through Kaunda Square to Chamba Valley area. There's another road we have worked on which passes through the Kaunda Square Market, the main entrance of Kaunda Square Market, all the way to Chamba Valley. From there, we moved into Mtendere East, the JK Road that I talked about earlier, connecting Salama Park Bridge all the way into Niza Road, then crossing there going into Mtendere. That road was impassable, and ZNS has done some quite good work there. Then other than the Niza Road, we've also done, this is about 1 kilometer for the Niza Road, for the JK Road, and then the Niza Road is about 1.2 kilometers from PHI, connecting PHI through Mtendere and Mtendere East up to Ibex area. This road has also been worked on. Then we've also done Chitukuko Road, which is connecting from Niza Road, which is part of Mtendere East, coming into Mtendere via UCZ Mtendere Church into Chitukuko School, then all the way up to Mtendere Clinic. There's one thing I want to mention about these roads. These are not just roads, feeder roads where you just grade and put the common laterite, the brown one, the brown gravel. These roads, we had to do the road formation, compacted nicely, put laterite, the brown soil, compacted, and then put crushed stones, just to ensure that these roads will be able to stand the test of time.
Although Levi Mwanawasa Hospital is in Munali constituency, it is unable to offer service to the whole area. Hence, there's need to have clinics and health posts across the constituency. In Grippi's compound, there is a clinic that was started in the previous government, but it was stalled, and now works have continued and are near completion. A similar facility was also built in Mtendere compound and is also near completion. The minister assured the people of Mtendere of his commitment to complete the projects left by his predecessor, which are aimed at uplifting the lives of the people of Munali constituency.
Among these projects were a health center in Gripsi compound of Chambabari and Munali ward. We have a project which is still ongoing there, the construction of a health center. This Gripsi compound was in 2000, before 2001, it was just a very small community, but over time it's grown, and I think it was necessary that we have a health center there. So in 2020, there was a project which commenced to construct a health center. Along the way, I think because of lack of resources, that project had stalled. So when I took over, we mobilized the resources to ensure that we finish it off. So the phase one, which had started around between 2020 to 2021, was just going towards completion. So we completed that, and we've now commenced the phase two, which is basically now the fittings, plumbing, electricals, and hopefully in the next month or so, we should have this health center, project completed. Then we have another health center project in Mtendere East under Karikiriki Ward, which again started around 2020. Like the Gripsi compound one, it had also stalled due to issues of resources. This one is almost over 93% complete. We're just doing the final fittings. We've done the towers, the other fittings, and we are hoping in the next 3 weeks, just below 1 month, we should be able to get the handovers of this health center. Okay. Again, this is a very important and very necessary facility considering the population growth of Mtendere East. The people there have been crying for a health facility, and my desire is that once we finish this particular one, we want to find land and do another one, because this alone will not be sufficient. That compound is very big.
Honorable Mposha acknowledged that the rate of crime was high in some areas of Munali constituency, and therefore he recently commissioned the construction of a police post in Kamanga compound.
We heard the cries of the people of Kamanga compound, who for a long time have been living without adequate security. So there was need there for a police post, and to that effect we have we did allocate resources for the construction of a police post, and I'm happy to mention that this has been procured and works have commenced.
Some residents of Grippi's compound expressed concern at the lack of clean and safe water, and in response, the minister assured the people of Grippi's that he was looking into their matter.
Our appeal has always been that we must prioritize issues of clean water, provision of clean water, and also sanitation services facilities. So in that area, Lusaka Water Company had put up some kiosks. There's a kiosk there that is supplying water. But obviously the population has grown, and there's need to drill more boreholes and provide clean water there. So what we've been discussing with the community there is to see where we can find an area which is far away from the houses where we could drill the boreholes. The danger now of drilling the boreholes in the middle of that community is that most of the people there are using soccerways or pit latrines. So if you put boreholes in the middle of that community, the chances are very high that that borehole within the shortest possible time will be contaminated. So we are trying to see where we can find some space slightly away from the settlement, put the boreholes there or a piped water scheme and start abstracting water there and then distributing to the community. So I want to assure the people of Grips that the issues of water will be attended to.
The introduction of free education has attracted a lot of learners to go back to school. This has posed a challenge in terms of classroom space and desks in most schools. However, Honorable Mposha assured the people of Munali constituency of his support in the education sector.
We had to support the free education policy by ensuring that we allocate more learning facilities, classroom blocks in the constituency. So in Charleston, for example, Charleston Secondary School, we had to allocate a project for a 1x3 classroom block, which has taken off. It has been procured and the contractor has mobilized. We are doing another 1x3 classroom block at Chainama Special School. We have a school for the special learners there, and we thought that we could support them with the 1x3 classroom block. A 1x3 classroom block for Kalingalinga School. This too was completed and commissioned. We also allocated some resources to go towards the procurement of desks. You'll be shocked to learn that in the midst of a city, our capital city, Lusaka, most of the schools, you go to Chamba Valley Basic, you go to Kaunda Square Basic, you go to Tunduya, Mumana, you go to Chitukuko, Mahatma Gandhi, Vera, Chainda, all these schools, Chakunkula, Kapwiliomba, Kalingalinga schools, in all these words, these schools are crying for desks. Children in Lusaka have been sitting on the floor. So we have gradually started trying to close in the gap that has existed in terms of the availability of desks, plus also the positive impact of the free education policy, which has seen a lot of children who are just roaming the streets and sitting at home coming back into a classroom. So we decided that in under 2022 we procure 1,500 desks.
Honorable Mposha also expressed his desire to have recreation facilities in some parts of Munali constituency.
Under 2023, in terms of the recreation facilities, we are going to finance the works for Mahatma Gandhi playing ground in Mtendere. We are also going to work on the Karikiriki ground, and we are working on Mkoro ground in Kamanga compound. Now, all these are bare football grounds, but we are going to, like I said, on Kaunda Square, we are going to level them up, put laterite there, raise the surface. We don't want the water during rain season to remain stagnant on the playing surface, so we want to raise that level so that the water should be able to escape from the playing surface. We're going to plant grass there. We're going to fence those areas so that people even in the night will put some, solar powered lights so that even in the night people can go there, play football, but there will be strong committees to manage these facilities. My appeal to the people is that we are bringing development, but they must guard against vandalism. We have been walking on very bad roads for a long time, driving on very bad roads. Our children have been playing football on just stone-pitched, football surfaces. But now that we are bringing improved football, grounds, we're going to fence off. We're going to fit them with, we're going to drill boreholes there for watering the lawns, but also the lights. It's incumbent upon the residents of Munali constituency to ensure that they safeguard these facilities. The CDF is their money. It's money coming from a taxpayer, from the government treasury, and it's important that wherever we are, applying these funds, the people must do everything possible they can to ensure that they safeguard this infrastructure from vandalism.
On the issue of bursaries, skills and youth empowerment, Honorable Mike Mposha MP had this to say.
Under the 2022, we also provided some grants to various groups, youths and women, to a tune of 1,760,000 kwacha to try and help various groups to recapitalize their different various businesses. We have also provided some loans to 49 groups to a tune of 2,929,000 kwacha. This amount is yet to be dispersed.
The ongoing CDF projects are community-based and are expected to change the face of most constituencies in the country. The people are also looking forward to seeing the most anticipated development brought into their constituencies. At the time, business was interrupted at 16:40 hours. On the floor of the House was Ndazi, Member of Parliament, Mr. Brenda Nyirenda, who is seconder to a private member's motion that was moved by Petauke Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel J. Wanda, titled Introduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. And so when business resumes, she will continue with her debate. And still to come, we have two committee reports, and we also have two bills that will be considered at the third reading stage, as well as the House expected to resume business left over from yesterday. So that is some of the business yet to be considered on the floor of the House.
And the House has so far considered 4 announcements. 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 76, and 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so just now we take you to the
Order, honorable members, we don't have much time, so we have to get back to business. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the honorable member for Petauke Central that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, and the honorable member for Lundazi was seconding the motion. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just indicated that there is no need for us not to value what we believe in. We are Christians and it must show. Madam Speaker, there's a saying which says it is human to err or commit sin, and it is divinity to forgive. Madam Speaker, there is a time that as politicians, we have our own clashes. There is need for a referee who can come in and give guidance to both of us. This ministry was brought about so that it can look into issues of morality, issues of equity. Madam Speaker, I know His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema came to this house to talk about the values of our nation. Where is the framework that we are going to use in order to put those values to work? Madam Speaker, he talked to issues of corruption. He talked to issues of unforgiveness. Our country cannot move as long as this one is saying, I belong to A, and the other one, I belong to B. If we can toe the same lines, and we are being guided by a ministry, we can take Zambia to another place. Madam Speaker, I was just talking about the issues of our currency. On our currency, it's even indicated, I promise to pay the bearer on demand. And every day Zambia is owing. We need guidance as a nation, especially on issues of morality. We have not forgotten how our girls were abducted. After being abducted, they were being abused. After being abused, now the nation was in tension. During that time, there was no guidance. It was just quiet. We need a ministry that can be able to speak to those issues. Madam Speaker, yesterday there was a report that came on the floor of the House, which was brought by the Minister of Labor. In her report, she stated that out of NAPSA, 85% of the people who have claimed are only men. Madam Speaker, it shows that if we had a ministry of guidance, we can know that the women in this nation are not anywhere near. It's important. It's about values and equity. That is where these issues for national guidance settle. Madam Speaker, the issues of national guidance settle into how you treat both male and female. So what I'm talking about is not outside this motion. The people of Lundazi support this motion fully. We had impasse in this nation. There had to be a selection of ministers to go and start negotiating in Kasama. All that would have been done by just one ministry. We are Zambians, and we know that at times we do go through a lot of challenges. There are times when we are faced with national disasters, issues of rains. There are times when we need to seek God's guidance. We cannot refuse, because it is said, blessed is a nation whose God is Jehovah. I totally support this motion, and I know even those who debated before, they have changed their minds after hearing that indeed this was a good ministry and it intended to add value to our nation. We don't want to be destroyed like Sodoma and Gomorrah. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take note that a number of issues have been raised pertaining to morality and criminality during our reign. Madam Speaker, it will be not prudent on my part in my debate not to refer to the happenings when there was a Ministry of Religious Affairs and National Guidance. The other issues will be dealt with by the acting leader of our government business. Madam Speaker, there was an assertion that during this period under discussion when the UPND is in power, issues of gayism has risen.
That is the allegation. But I can state, without any fear of contradiction, Madam Speaker, that during their reign, gays were getting married in this country. Yes. One of the couples was arrested and convicted in Kapiri during your reign.
And was pardoned by them.
And that person was pardoned by you. That couple was
The
pardoned.
honorable ministers, you debate. Please do not point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That couple, Madam Speaker, was pardoned by the PF government because they agreed with what they were doing. That is why they pardoned them. There was a case in Western Province where there was a sodomy. They pardoned the person who had committed that offense. Madam Speaker, during the reign of the PF, that is when the issues they have been raising relating to Lusaka July started. And they were there as patrons and encouraging it during their reign, during that period. Madam Speaker, during the reign of PF, that was the time that the people of Zambia witnessed the most heinous crimes against this country. That is the time when there was gassing. A lot of our people, Madam Speaker, left their homes under PF. During the reign of PF, Madam Speaker, anyone who was associated with the opposition were not free in this country. And there was no one who could speak against those vices. Not even the Minister of Religious Affairs. They never, she was loudly silent on the floor of this house. Madam Speaker, during that reign when we had troubled periods, when we wanted reconciliation, the Ministry of Religious Affairs never came on board. They were so quiet because they were conniving with what was happening. It was the Catholic Church which did not believe in the Religious Affairs Ministry that came to intercede, and not the Minister of Religious Affairs. They never did that. Madam Speaker, during the reign of the PF, that is the period we witnessed leaders of the PF urinating in the mouths of members of the public. That
order, honorable member. Order, honorable member.
Wait.
Order,
Wait,
honorable members.
wait.
Can you take your seats? Can you take your seats, please? Order, honorable ministers, you debate. Just.
I have evidence, Madam Speaker. I have evidence, Madam Speaker, a provincial leader of the PF in Vuvwi urinated in the mouth of a journalist, and that leader was convicted during the reign of PF. It happened. During the reign of PF, Madam Speaker, at Intercontinental Hotel, we were attacked and abused by the PF. The interactive forum was disturbed, it couldn't go ahead under PF. Under PF, Madam Speaker, we witnessed instances where leaders of PF went to the police station and were beating policemen. That is evidence.
Order, honorable members, whoever stands up from now on to raise a point of order when I've guided will find themselves outside. May the minister continue.
I am responding to what you are saying. I am responding to what you are saying. that during that period, criminality and morals had broken down. During our period, there's a lot of criminality and morality. During their reign, Madam Speaker, at the Freedom Statue, our member was raped by PF members in the presence of the leadership. And none, Madam Speaker, was able to speak. The Minister of Religious Affairs never spoke against that. What morality are you talking about? Madam Speaker, during the reign of PF, we witnessed...
Order, honorable members, let me give guidance.
I'm responding.
Order. The honorable minister is responding to the issues that were being raised by this side. He's just responding. May the honorable minister continue.
Yeah, you can go. You can go. You can go. You can go, you can go. You can go. You can go.
Order.
You can go.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Can we have some order? Honorable members who are going out, can we have some order? Can you move quickly because we want to resume business? May the honorable minister continue.
During their reign, Madam Speaker, that is the only period in the history of this country where members of the public were being shot at and killed. And none in the PF at that time spoke against the atrocities that were being committed. We lost a prosecutor Kaunda at the police station, and none on your left spoke against those heinous crimes against the people of this country. Madam Speaker, during their period, that's when we lost Vestas Muzia, Atunza. During their period, that's when we lost Lawrence Banda, who was shot in Kaoma. None. The member of Parliament, who was the Minister of Religious Affairs, never spoke. She was silently loud in this house. She never spoke against those atrocities. Madam Speaker, the church under this government will be respected. We will not want to regulate any church in this country. And it's true, 95% of us are Christians in this country. And if we are Christians, why should we require a political institution to pretend over us, over religious issues? The religious issues are between us and God. For those they want to go through a political party, for them to go to heaven. Not us, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The leader of government business to respond. Honorable Member for Vulumezi have said no points of order. We are running against time. No, I've already, you vote if you need to vote in any way. Please, can you take your seat? Honorable Member for Vulumezi, can you take your seat? I am the one who is in charge here. Get it, I'm in charge here. May the leader of government business respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to basically lay the government position on this motion that has been put forward by our colleagues. This, Madam Speaker, is in response to a private member's motion moved by Honorable Emmanuel J. Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke, as he says, Petauke Central Constituency, that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, to reintroduce this ministry. That is the crux of the motion. Madam Speaker, I wish to state from the onset that government does not support this motion. Madam Speaker, this position arises from the fact that the new Dawn United Party for National Development Administration, whilst in opposition, promised that it would streamline the operations of government through a lean but efficient and effective government. In streamlining the operations of the government, the portfolio function of then Minister of Guidance and Religious Affairs had to be brought under the second highest office of the land, the office of the Vice President. This is in accordance with the Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. Madam Speaker, I must therefore emphasize here that the portfolio functions the portfolio functions to do with national guidance and those to do with religious affairs have not been done away with, but merely streamlined and brought under the office of the Vice President as a department. The long and short of this, Madam Speaker, is that what our colleagues are proposing is essentially already in place. And in the second highest office, not even at ministerial level, but second highest office of the land. There is therefore no gap whatsoever that has arisen as a result of bringing the portfolio functions of national guidance and religious affairs under the office of the Vice President, as the departments had continued with its mandate of formulating and disseminating national values, ethics, and principles in order to achieve and sustain national unity. Madam Speaker, the national values and principles contained in our Republican constitutions are therefore being fostered across the country through this department. Further, the department has also continued with its responsibility of translating the Declaration of Zambia as a Christian nation into practical, workable interventions in order to actualize values in the affairs of the state. May I take this opportunity to encourage our citizens to continue being strong Christians and to continue with their worship in their various and respective churches. Strong Christianity should never be attached to the existence of an earthly established ministry, as was the case hitherto. Christianity should be based on strong personal convictions between you and your God. Nothing less and nothing more. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central, winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to wind up on the non-controversial motion like this one, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I need your guidance because people there outside are listening. And the standing orders are very clear. No one should debate while seated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a messenger of the Creator, I'm crying now. I'm crying, Madam Speaker. Where whatever is brought here in this August House is regarded as the politics. That's why outside there we are failing to achieve anything. Even the president.
Order, honorable member. Wind up debate. Please refrain from bringing in the name of the president. Wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's why I want to thank all those who have debated, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, those who were calling names using unparliamentary sadists, I forgive them because I'm the messenger of the Creator. Yeah. I forgive them, and the Creator will know what to do with them. Yeah. Madam Speaker, if it was this ministry, when I was moving that government should reintroduce Ministry of National Guidance and Religious, I never said that that position will go to opposition or independent. But I said it's the government. That's why it was up to the government now to sit down and do the right thing, which the PF never did. Not saying, no, the PF did this, using the ministry. Why do we want to deprive our next generation because of just one person, Madam Speaker? Yeah. God is watching. Oh, the Creator is watching, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the word God. I withdraw because it isn't allowed to use God here. So the Creator, Madam Speaker. The Creator, Madam Speaker, they have seen today who are the hypocrites, who can come here in this house and say, me, I'm a Christian, even during campaign, busy every day changing churches. That's why we don't see them after campaigns being in churches. But we leave it, I forgive them, we leave it in the name of the Creator, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Honorable member for Petauke, I don't want to interrupt, but please wind up debate. Wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, this minister, the reintroduction, we never said that it's only for Christian, because here in Zambia, we don't have only Christian. We have got Muslim, we have got Hindus, we have got Christian. Even in this parliament, we have got Muslims who are even supposed even to contribute their side on behalf of...
Order, honorable member for Petauke, please wind up debate. Wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, this motion, it was very simple, Madam Speaker, is to break the gap which is between the government and the church, Madam Speaker. Because I was crying inside spiritually, Madam Speaker, seeing someone to say the church, they are not supposed to work with the government. Madam Speaker, where? Because when the girls, Pamela and the friends, Madam Speaker, when they were abducted, we tried all sort of to find them.
Order. Wind up debate, honorable member. Wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, we tried, but through the church, their prayers, we managed. Only a boy without any gun, without any weapon, discovered where Pamela was, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, let me thank each and every person who have debated and those who have used unparliamentary and insults. I just say, may the Almighty, the Creator, forgive them. Forgive them. Yeah. And the people of Zambia, I'm sure today they have seen to say, in this house, we like politicizing everything because I'm a member of Independent. I don't belong to any political party, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank you for allowing this motion to come on the floor. And your committee, Madam Speaker, when it was brought in this house, it really confirmed that this ministry is needed in our country to maintain the Christianity values. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Order, order. I put the question. The question is that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. A division is called. Ring the bells.
Into Parliament division. Division has been called for the private member's motion that has been moved by Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, Petauke Central Member of Parliament, titled Reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, and so members of Parliament are to vote electronically.
Yes, Matimba, the division has been called, and right now we wait for the Honorable Madam Speaker actually to give further guidance on the mode of voting. Of course, they'll vote electronically, but we wait for further guidance. The bells have been rung, and all the members of Parliament have taken their seats in readiness for the voting. So a division has been called over the motion that is under discussion, and this was reintroduced the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, and this motion was moved by Petauke Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, and seconded by Lundazi Member of Parliament, Brenda Nyurenda. Of course, a number of members of Parliament have debated this motion. These who have contributed include Lunte Member of Parliament, Mr. Kafwaya Mtotwe. We also had the Deputy Government Whip. We had Nkana MP, Mr. Binwe Mpundu. We also had Luwena, Member of Parliament, who debated this motion.
Kalulushi, Member of Parliament, also added her voice to this motion. We also saw Zambezi East Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kamita, also debating to this motion. Lundazi Member of Parliament is also the seconder of this motion, debated to this private members' motion.
And of course, we also had the Mongo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Amutike, who also added his voice to this motion. So we are waiting for the House to be given further guidance when they can vote. And right now, a division has been called over the motion that has been moved by Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, a Petauke Central Member of Parliament, in which he urges that government do reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. And therefore, the House has not agreed yet which way forward, and therefore a division has been called. Right now, we wait for the members of parliament. The members of parliament are waiting to vote for this motion that is still, rather not voting for, but voting to cast their votes on the motion that is under discussion.
And still to come on the order paper, we have two committee reports. We also expect the House to consider two government bills that are coming at third reading stage, and we also have resumption of debate. This is on the report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies, and the two bills that are coming at third reading stage. We have the Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. We also expect the House to consider the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023.
And earlier on, the House considered three questions. One of the questions was considered under Standing Order 76. This was question 416 that was posed by Muchinga Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Banda, and he posed a question to the Minister of Transport and Logistics whether government is aware that truck drivers at Kasumbalesa and Nakonde border posts are being exposed to high levels of...
Close the door, clear the lobbies, and lock the doors. The House will vote electronically. You may now log in to your system. When you hear the paging sound, the voting has opened and the voting screen will display on your microphone unit. Has everybody managed to log in? Select present key. On the right side of the screen, you will see words, please cast your vote. Select one of the options, yes, no, or abstain. And the question is, let me just for clarity's sake, repeat what the question is. The question is that this House urges the government to reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. Those who are in favor of the motion will vote yes, those against will vote no. That is for guidance. Select one of the options, yes or no, or abstain. Once you have selected one of the options, you will see the words vote has been cast on the right side of the screen. When you hear the second paging sound, the voting is about to close. The voting is now closed. The results are as follows. I stand. I'm not going that route, which you want me to go. The results are as follows. The abstain 0, the yes 49, the no's 79. The no's have it. The question is negative. Notes of motion, the Honorable Member for Mafinga.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Mafinga to move the motion. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 83.1, I seek to leave of the House to defer the motion to a later date to allow further consultation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. In accordance with the Standing Order 83-1, leave is granted. The motion is deferred. We move to the next. Can we have some order? Notes of motion, the Honorable Member for Momba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do adopt the report of the Select Committee appointed to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th July 2023.
The honorable members on the left, please, you are distracting the proceedings. Can you either leave quickly or take your seat so that we continue with the business? The business has not terminated. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, the motion is seconded, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the honorable member for Kasama Central. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th July 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Momba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 186B, the Select Committee considered the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that the year 2022 marked the first year of implementation of the 8th National Development Plan, which was the first ever National Development Plan to be approved by the National Assembly, in line with the National Planning and Budgeting Act number 1 of 2020. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the National Development Plan is the first report of its kind to be considered by the House. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I wish to remind the August House that review of the implementation of the National Development Plan provides an opportunity to reassess progress made against the set benchmarks towards the realization of Zambia's long-term vision of becoming a prosperous middle nation by 2030. It also gives the House an opportunity to appreciate the prevailing trends that may have an impact on actualizing the vision. Madam, the annual progress report was tabled before the National Assembly in time. However, a number of stakeholders that the committee interacted with pointed out that there was no implementation plan, which is a required yardstick when assessing progress of set targets. The committee has observed with concern that the National Planning and Budgeting Act number 1 of 2020 does not prescribe the period within which to complete the preparation of the National Implementation Plan. In light of this, Madam Speaker, the committee is saddened that the absence of the annual implementation plan limited the level of analysis. Furthermore, the cost of implementing the 8th National Development Plan could not be fully established in the absence of the implementation plan, nor could the duration of program of activities be ascertained, Madam Speaker. The committee strongly recommends that going forward, all annual progress reports should be submitted together with a costed implementation plan and the breakdown of budget estimates specific to the implementation of the national development plans. which is relevant for monitoring progress in the expenditure. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that my honorable members of parliament have had occasion to peruse the report of the committee. Therefore, I will only highlight very few salient issues. Number one, Madam Speaker, is to do with the law and the significant contribution of macro, small and medium enterprises to Zambia's economy. During these interactions, Madam Speaker, the committee was apprised that the government is implementing several programs to support local businesses. Some of these include, but are not limited to, the reservation schemes, preferential procurement, and women and youth empowerment. This notwithstanding, the committee observes with grave concern that the value contributions of local, micro, small, and medium enterprises is significant. In addition, Madam Speaker, the committee is disappointed to note that a surge in the registration of local, micro, and small and medium enterprises during the period under review was considered as positive progress, when most of these registered businesses often close within the first year of operating. In light of this, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the government should create an enabling environment to ensure that MSMEs can grow to bigger corporations and become significant players in the economy. Additionally, Madam Speaker, MSMEs should have capacity to significantly contribute to the economic growth as opposed to the perceived less than 1% contribution to the gross domestic product growth. In addition, laws that reserve specific businesses for locals must be enforced, while the government must build confidence in its own people to participate in the private sector and also improve their access to low-cost finance, which other private sector players access. Number two, Madam Speaker, our issue was to look at the issue of enhancing teaching of science, technology, and information. The committee notes that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are essential ingredients for the progress of any nation that wants to achieve meaningful development. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the committee expresses displeasure at the fact that during the period under review, not enough scientists were trained, as only a paltry 45 male and 21 female scientists were trained. The committee therefore recommends that the government should place more focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in order to foster innovation, technological advancements, and knowledge-driven industries, as well as culture, a cadre of highly qualified Zambian professionals who can offer the government some homegrown solutions for the problems Zambia is grappling with, as opposed to having engineers who focus on looking for white-collar jobs only, Madam Speaker. The third one, Madam Speaker, is that of the issues of Constituency Development Fund implementation challenges. The committee was informed that inasmuch as disbursement of Constituency Development Fund, CDF, was on course, during the year, the absorption rate was low due to a myriad of challenges. Some of the challenges, Madam Speaker, were but not limited to late disbursement of funds, poor work attitude among council workers, lack of key performance indicators for council workers with respect to CDF, and also the lengthy legal procedure requiring the approval of the Attorney General and the general procurement challenges, Madam Speaker. The committee urges the government to ensure that it expedites the process of reforming the CDF guidelines and the accompanying procedural policies and legislation from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and other responsible units in order to enhance the absorption rate of the funds. The committee also urges the government to ensure that all councils are supported through the Equalization Fund and through enhancing their capacity to collect levies for them to be able to pay out salaries to employees who are expected to manage the CDF. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the government must ensure that council staff have the requisite capacity to manage the CDF. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to place on record sincere appreciation to the stakeholders who provided information to the committee. Gratitude is also extended to the Office of the Clerk for the support rendered to the committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion that has ably been moved by the chairperson of the committee, urging the House to adopt the report of the committee that was considering the 2022 annual progress report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan, 8 NDP, I wish, Madam Speaker, to add a few comments. Madam Speaker, the performance reports on concessions and compensating tax measures. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that the government plans to achieve an estimate of 3 million metric tons of copper production by 2032. As a consequence, the intention under the 8th National Development Plan to achieve a 1.5 million metric ton copper production by 2026. The committee notes that this means that copper production should not be less than 900,000 metric tons per annum. However, the committee, Madam Speaker, observes with concern the production levels dipped to 763,550 metric tons in 2022. The committee, Madam Speaker, further observes with concern the underperformance was coupled with low-grade copper and stable exchange rate and low copper prices. Conversely, the government introduced various tax concessions and compensating measures in the 2022 budget, which exacerbated low revenue generation. Madam Speaker, in light of the above, the committee recommends, going forward, the executive should be submitting a performance report on concessions and compensating measures as part of the annual progress report, APR, on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan to ensure effective review and oversight of tax policy and to track how much losses were being incurred from the incentives offered. Madam Speaker, I also wish to speak to job creation vis-à-vis employment. The committee, Madam Speaker, observes with concern the Strategic Development Area, SDA, on economic transformation and job creation recorded an overall underperformance. Conversely, the SDA on human development, which, with respect to education, outperformed the SDA on economic transformation and job creation. Madam Speaker, this entailed that there were more people acquiring skills in comparison to those finding a job in the job market. Madam Speaker, the committee is of the considered view that while the government recruited teachers and medical personnel,
Honorable Member Fonkana, is it possible that you can go and chat or consult outside than giving me your back? Please. May the Honorable Member for Kasama continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Concerning job creation, Madam Speaker, this entailed that there were more people acquiring skills in comparison to those finding jobs in the job market. The committee is of the considered view that while the government recruited teachers and medical personnel, those jobs were not private sector driven, Madam Speaker, nor were they backed by economic expansion. Madam Speaker, consequently, their sustainability would be a challenge as they were merely consumptive. Madam Speaker, in light of the above, the committee urges the government to take deliberate measures to create quantifiable jobs which are supported by the economic expansion and are private sector led. In addition, this will enable government and other stakeholders be able to measure and disaggregate the jobs by sectors. Madam Speaker, this will also facilitate easy monitoring both in quantity and quality of the jobs created. Madam Speaker, I will also speak to missing targets on various strategies and programs. Madam Speaker, the committee
observed with concern that there were missing targets on some of the strategies, rendering assessment unattainable. The committee, Madam Speaker, observed with concern that there were no targets set under curriculum development during the period under review. Madam Speaker, the committee is of the view that while employing more teachers is commendable, recruitment without changing the curriculum is pointless. Madam Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that government expedites curriculum development to ensure that learners are equipped with knowledge and skills that are aligned with trending needs, societal demands, the future job market requirements, and the committee further recommends that the missing targets should be remedied. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to join the mover of the motion in urging this House to adopt the report of the committee, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for according us the opportunity to serve on this important committee. I also wish to thank all the members of your committee for affording me the opportunity to second the motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? Honorable Member for Lumezi. Okay. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments in support of the motion ably moved by the chairperson of the All Select Committee, which was constituted to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 80th National Development Plan, moved by Honorable Chatila, seconded by the Honorable MP for Kasama Central, Honorable Mwamba. Madam Speaker, indeed the report was thoroughly done, and we commend your committee for the work done. I'll focus my discourse, Madam Speaker, on some of the issues that have been raised in your report. In agreeing with your chairperson of the Select Committee regarding the challenges pointed out in the disbursement and utilization of the Constituency Development Fund, we as your members have got common concerns around this matter, Madam Speaker. And we would like to commend you for the efforts you have put in from this institution to try and see how we can smoothly manage the Constituency Development Fund. Madam Speaker, the legal framework available regarding the utilization of this fund is very clear. And so are the guidelines which were developed through a committee which was constituted to come up with those guidelines. And we commend the Ministry of Local Government for facilitating that. The challenges we have seen, Madam Speaker, is that certain stakeholders have opted to ignore these legal frameworks with impunity. They've opted to ignore the guidelines that were developed. And now it would appear that they want, these stakeholders would want to compete with your honorable members insofar as disbursement of the Constituent Development Fund is concerned. And this has gone even to the Minister of Local Government. We know that he's got the capacity to manage the affairs of Constituency Development Fund, but we are seeing some sort of interference of people that want to take over the job of the Minister of Local Government in monitoring the Constituency Development Fund projects. We know, and if you are an honorable member, we are on common ground on these matters. So let's debate them in the manner they are supposed to be debated so that we can find common solutions. Honorable Minister, Local Government, you have read the report pointing to some of the challenges. We had the guidelines. I don't know why
members of parliament should be competing with the council chairperson on who should be the one to witness the breaking ceremony of the project. Who should be handing over the project? We don't need that, Honorable Minister. What has caused challenges are people trying to position themselves when they are not recognized by law. The law is very clear on who constitutes the CDF committee, and how you have delegated some functions to the provincial is well appreciated. So what we don't want to see is outsiders from the parameters of the legal framework to come and impose themselves and start monitoring the constituency development. It's not political. This money is coming from the treasury. So we have always known, Honorable Minister of Water. What is important is to give the ministry...
Honorable Member for Shwangandu, now you are going out of the parameters of debate. Please do not address the Honorable...
I need your protection, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, straightforward matters. The motor vehicle that we lobbied for, as honorable members, we said now that the scope of fund has increased, let's have a vehicle that can be used to monitor these projects. Should also be a center of controversy as to who should be in charge. And if, Minister, this is not addressed, those vehicles will be on the rocks very soon. And all of you colleagues, you know what I'm talking about. Let's be sincere to ourselves and put things in place. Honorable Minister, we don't doubt your capacity to straighten these matters. Before we adjourn, can we have clarity on some of these issues so that as we go in the field, because honorable members would want to go and see what is happening in the projects that they've allocated funds to. That's what they'll be looking for. They don't want to get into their jurisdictions to start competing for the motor vehicle with the council. And when the Constituency Development Fund Committee is there, these are the challenges that the committee has highlighted. And we are looking forward to you guiding us before we adjourn. Circulars can be done so that we know what we are going to find on the ground. You and I are more senior to understand how the ground moves. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of equalization fund, there must be a distinction. Because if this is also not addressed, you find that the CDF is the only fund that is available for in the council coffers. And they will be under pressure to touch this fund if this issue of equalization fund is also not addressed. So there is need, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the equalization fund is dispersed to the councils as required so that there's no competition and due pressure on the councils to get tempted to use the CDF. The last item, Madam Speaker, is the issue that I've raised about concessions given to investors. Indeed, like I said, Madam Speaker, in my local language, they say, meaning the okra prepared by a foolish person would finish before the meal is ready. If we are giving these investors without having a tap, concessions, and they are exploring our natural capital, and we have said as you are getting our natural capital, we also give you these tax holidays. Which tax holidays should come to help the Minister of Finance deal with the lack of medicines in the hospitals, deal with the inputs that our farmers so much need. We are just digging our own pit. Madam Speaker, we have gone to other countries where they are very strict with concessions that are given. This natural capital we are given, Madam Speaker, is depleted. And we must make sure that we take pride in the natural capital that we are endowed with. So, Honorable Minister, we need to keep a tab, and this August House should be kept abreast with who is doing what. Are we achieving the intended target from these and the intended objectives from, from these investors that were giving tax holidays? Madam Speaker, I thought I could make these contributions on this very important motion that was dealt with by your committee Honorable Minister, local government, I'm sure you have taken heed. The ground
Thank you,
can shift,
Honorable
but we want you
Member.
to do
Your
the right
time
thing.
is up.
I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will not take much of your time. The report is well detailed, and I would like to thank the mover and the seconder of the motion. I just wanted to bring to the attention to government, especially on the mining sector. Yes, indeed, these incentives that were provided was as a result of the fact that we had almost 10 years of non-investment in the sector, and mining is basically the backbone of our economy. I'm also happy that the Minister of Mines has announced that the mapping of the entire country will soon be started, and I hope it will be driven by private sector and not government, and carefully done as well, so that we do not see mines, all of them being owned by the private companies, but a huge share by the government and indeed the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, I want to bring your attention to the 3 million metric tons of copper that has been a target. I just wanted, I know that 2026 is not too far from now, considering the fact that mining, particularly copper mining, is a very labor-intensive and a highly capital-intensive business activity. I've been wondering why we have only focused, Madam Speaker, on the target of copper, and yet we have minerals like lithium, which the other day we learned that some mining company had described it as silica. We also have, people have been mining illegally gold, and also the famous sugilite. I wanted to bring it to attention that government needs to go back and also create target outputs for these minerals, because these minerals are here in Zambia, and we cannot continue to focus on copper, as we have seen even from the report. We have only focused on one mineral per se, and yet this mineral is actually quite expensive to mine compared to these other minerals I've mentioned, and many that the mines minister knows about, which are coming out every day. We are indeed a blessed country. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to speak to the appetite that is not existing for private sector to create jobs. The 7 million plus young men and women that are seeking for jobs is a time bomb. We need to come up with innovation that will create jobs, and which leads me to our councils, where, again, the New Dawn government has given us an increase in the amount of money to spend under CDF. Quite clearly, the members of staff there are struggling. If we take, for example, Mfira, which has three constituencies, and all of us have got all these projects where BOQs have to be created, us at the council, we only have, I think, 2 engineers. So how do they spread amongst these 3 constituencies? So why don't we create apprenticeship programs for all these young professionals that are on the streets? They can be electrical engineers, they can be civil engineers, architects, who can be able to help countries, rather councils around the country, to do some of these projects, and at the same time, they'll be able to have a living wage and also build their own experience, work experience, to an extent that when the economy heals and starts to grow and there's competition for these new jobs, our people will be able to apply for them confidently because they have experience and they have been able to work. Or indeed, as the expansion of expenditure continues in the councils, these individuals can later on be uptaken in terms of full-time work. So we have another opportunity there, Madam Speaker, using this very report. Probably I would just want to end, again, Madam Speaker, as I earlier stated, mining is the backbone of our economy, and if we do not enhance productivity there, we will continue to have our kwacha not being stable enough. We have been able to see what has happened 2 weeks ago because of the good news from the IMF, we saw the markets positively responding. That, again, slowly got wiped out. Again, we don't know what factor has made the kwacha today to appreciate, I think, twice. So we want to see the government probably be able to guide us so that we do not see people losing money through these financial markets and the messages that are coming from probably the Bank of Zambia or the Finance Minister or the President. So I thought, Madam Speaker, I could just add those few words. Otherwise, your report is a detailed report, and I think it creates an opportunity for government to implement some of these observations. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mufurira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also want to join in thanking the mover of the motion and the seconder for this quite detailed report that we are debating today. Madam Speaker, just the highlights of what this report is telling us. This report, Madam Speaker, is highlighting the progress that has been made towards the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. And the 8th National Development Plan, Madam Speaker, is one among the many strategies that, as a country, we are implementing in order to achieve the Vision 2030. The Vision 2030 aims to put this country into the middle income. Now, this report has highlighted, first of all, that so far, and Madam Speaker, we are just remaining with 7 years before 2030. It's not very far from here when we talk about development, because development, the planning and the implementation takes long. So 7 years is very, very near. Soon we will be in 2030, and we'll be looking back to see, have we achieved the status of middle income? If not, what has happened? So, Madam Speaker, this report has told us that so far, the growth that this country has recorded has not been in the priority areas. And the priority areas, as highlighted in the 8th National Development Plan, among them, talks about mining, tourism, and agriculture, but we have seen growth in sectors that are not priority. So this clearly tells us that we are off target. We are not channeling the resources and the efforts into the sectors that we ourselves have highlighted as the key areas. So this is the reminder to focus, to refocus our efforts. Where do we put the resources? If we want tourism to grow, if we want mining to grow, if we want agriculture to grow, to be the drivers leading us to the middle income country by 2030. But this report is telling us that we are far from that. So it's a lot of work to be done if we have to implement this 8th National Development Plan and achieve our Vision 2030. And in order for these sectors to grow, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we need to consider is the investment in infrastructure. The report tells us that there has been very low investment in infrastructure. Madam Speaker, infrastructure is the key driver of development. For people to reach tourist destinations, they need roads. If they have to access by boats, we need transport infrastructure to be improved. If manufacturing has to grow, we need infrastructure to transport the goods, to make commerce easier. But you will remember, Madam Speaker, here when members of Parliament ask questions to the executive about bridges that have collapsed, when are these roads going to be done? I'm one of them, including my colleagues from Mufurira. We are still waiting for the works to do the Mufurira and Ndola Road and Mokambo Road. Up to now, the answer that comes is when funds are available. When will the funds be available to invest in infrastructure so that we remain on course to implement the 8th National Development Plan and achieve the Vision 2030? We may not really have to rely on PPPs. These PPPs have so far brought us to nowhere. We have talked about the Copper Belt, the Ndola-Lusaka Road, and the PPE, it was announced. But those of us who use this road frequently, we are still seeing little or no activity at all. We are still waiting for the Ndola Mufira Road to be done. And many other colleagues in here want that infrastructure to be happening. That is the only way we are going to open up this country. That is the only way we are going to expand the manufacturing and industrial capacity of this country. That's the only way we are going to promote tourism. That's the only way we are going to open up mining areas or potential mining areas. So this is one of the very key subjects, Madam Speaker. Let me also talk about mining. The previous speakers have spoken about it, but of the key interest to me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that has been brought out in the report that we need an update. As a country, we need performance reports. We have given so many concessions in the mining sector, but today we are being told that the output for copper, the output for gold have dropped. No wonder mining, which is a priority area in our development plan, has not grown. We have given so many concessions, tax concessions, so many favors to the mining industries. But what is the achievement? What this report is saying is that we need time like this for the minister, either Minister of Mines or Minister of Finance, to come back and say, the concessions that we gave to these mining houses, this is what we have achieved. So far, copper output has dropped, gold output has dropped, Kasenseri mine remains closed. We have seen people scrambling mining gold in Mpika and many other areas. All these minerals belong to the state. What I would urge is that wherever we smell something, gold or sujilite or copper, let not the citizens start scrambling and then as a state we are lagging behind. These minerals belong to the state. If there is just an idea of people are illegally mining this mineral, the Ministry of Mines must quickly move on and cordon the area. We have the ZCMYH, we have the Zambia Gold Company. What are those companies there for if they cannot take control of these resources? We leave it too late until people scramble, people kill themselves, then the state moves in. The result is closing Kasenseri for all this long, contributing to the drop in the output for gold. Mining is a priority area. We want reports. What has been achieved by these concessions that we have given? Why is Kasenseri still closed? Why are people scrambling for gold in Mpika instead of the government taking the lead? We are looking at 7 years to go before 2030. And all these are the drivers. These are the things that will lead us to achieving the growth that we desire. Madam Speaker, let me conclude by talking about CDF. I think, like my colleague from Kantansha said, Honorable Minister of Local Government, the councils need to be looked at differently. There are some councils that are one council, one constituency. Others are one council. Those are struggling. I think that they need support from the central government. And there are certain projects that are easily implemented. Talk about skills development, grants, those are very easy. But when we talk about community projects, multiple constituencies in the districts are struggling. We are doing roads, township roads. The council engineers hardly have time to even go and inspect the contractors on the road. Residents are complaining. The contractors don't have enough equipment, but everything remains with the councils. People are complaining about the dust. You give a contract to a local contractor who doesn't even have a grader, they don't even have a water bowser, they just go and dump laterite there. People start complaining about the dust. In short, let's closely support these multiple constituencies in councils that are implementing community projects, because we may just be wasting money.
Your time is up. Please wind up.
Madam Speaker, in short, the councils that have multiple constituencies need support from the central government, the technical support, designs, the costings, so that where we spend the money, we actually get the benefit. Otherwise, we will look back after 5 years and only point at very little in terms of community projects. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Please, as we debate, let's listen on the time. I was thinking the numbers are not, people keep on indicating. We have to conclude within the time that I have assigned myself to conclude. Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely and permit the voice of Lumezi to contribute to this select committee. Madam Speaker, the instructions from Lumezi are quite saddening. I'm the only Muslim in the House, and I'll start my submissions to your committee.
Honorable member for Lumezi, please debate the report. Forget about what happened. A decision has been taken. That is now water under the bridge. Otherwise, you indirectly are trying to challenge me, and that is not allowed. You have other procedures which you can follow if you want to challenge me. But once I've guided, let's follow that guidance. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I do not wish to challenge any of your decisions.
Honorable member, debate the report.
Speaking to the report, Madam Speaker, the select report that is, Madam Speaker, my submissions of saying the instructions from Lumezi, number one, other decomposition of the report, Madam Speaker. Several committees are made up at this Parliament purely based on patronage. Madam Speaker, we must have a very honest conversation with our fellow honorable members.
Order. Honorable member for Lumezi, do you have evidence to show that the members to this select committee were chosen on patronage lines? I have guided. Please proceed with the debate if you want to continue with the debate. If you have nothing to add, also you can be excused. Proceed with the debate.
Madam Speaker, with your guidance, I seek not to debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The honorable member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words to contribute on this important motion that is on the floor. Madam Speaker, I'll go straight to the point. On page 23 of the report of the Select Committee, it indicates that the committee has identified that domestic resource mobilization still remains a challenge, and there is need for the country and the government to enhance domestic resource mobilization. And I do agree with the observations and recommendations of the committee, Madam Speaker. Now, one thing that I would like to talk about, Madam Speaker, if we are to achieve enhanced domestic resource mobilization, there may be need for the Minister of Finance to possibly reconsider the decision that we have made as a country, where we have made mineral royalty tax where we have made it deductible for the sake of computing income tax, because the committee is identifying that we need to enhance domestic resource mobilization. So the policies that we should be making should be consistent with this recommendation. So if we make a policy that will result in us forgo revenue in form of taxes, then our resource mobilization will remain low, Madam Speaker. The other issue that I would like to talk about regarding domestic resource mobilization is the issue of removing the visa fees on tourists that come to Zambia and other people who come to visit Zambia for various reasons. Madam Speaker, that decision or that policy decision has resulted in us losing revenue that ordinarily we were getting. And when you look at the countries who we have made to stop paying visa fees for their people when they are coming here, they have not reciprocated the gesture that we have done as a country. So we need to revisit this decision so that we can reinstate the visa fees. That is revenue that we need to use to contribute towards the development of our great country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we go to page 26 of the report, it talks about enhancing skills training. And it indicated that, the report indicated that for the period under review, there was little investment that was made in the technology sector, and I do agree with this recommendation. But there is something that the committee may not have looked at, the issue of the bursaries that we are giving to our students who are going to learn skills. Because those are people that when they graduate, that will be labor that we can also export. For example, if someone goes to learn how to put towels and the level of skill is of high quality, he may be needed to go and work somewhere else. So that is something that we forgot to, that's something that the report maybe forgot to look at, the impact that it is going to have in relation to what has been done so far during the period under review. Now, as we provide these skills bursaries under CDF, we need vehicles, which most of the councils have received. But in the case of my council, I don't know why, Honorable Minister of Local Government, my council up to now, we have not received the CDF vehicle. I don't know if I'm the only one or how many are remaining. So if we can have this vehicle for CDF also as Chinsadi, Madam Speaker, then we are going to work together with the government in monitoring these CDF projects, the implementation of these CDF projects. We will be going to Lukasha, we will be going to Isoka, we will be going to Mufulira to go and see how the children that we are sending to those, the youths rather, who we are sending to those trade schools, how they are learning. We'll be able to monitor and ensure that they learn properly and they graduate. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I support the report.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. The country's target to increase production of copper to 3 million tons in up to 2032 is a very good and ambitious program. Also, in the report, it is stated that up to 2026, we need to have at least 1.5 million tons. Now, my contribution is that the production of copper needs to go in tandem with the railway transport network. Because you mine and transport this copper to export markets through Dar es Salaam, through South Africa. Now, the loading of the copper it causes a lot of damage on the roads. We need the Tazara to be revitalized. Imagine, yesterday, there was a report on Tazara. It was the report on parastatos, and Tazara was mentioned. Zambian government did not fulfill their part to pay for the revitalization plan. And yet, we are the most beneficiary of this railway line. The Tazara line, almost close to 2,000 kilometers from Dar es Salaam to Kapiri, is benefiting the Zambian market. Because Zambia being land-linked, the imports and the exports at Dar es Salaam, they come to Lusaka, they come to Zambia. Our exports, we must use the Tazara. This copper cannot be transported by road. Our roads are in a dilapidated state, as we understand and as we know. So therefore, let us have a program that is going to move in tandem with the copper production as well as railway development. I'll go to CDF.
The CDF, I also recall the complaint from the honorable member from Chinsari. Kaumbe constituency has not yet received the CDF vehicle up to now. And what I've seen in the CDF, in order for government has been very transparent by disbursing the funds equally to all the 156 constituencies. And a rural constituency like mine, definitely come 2026, from now up to that time, definitely is a very big game changer for the constituency. But and government has been looking at challenges and the gaps on how to make the funds efficient, more especially the community projects. So the measures are good now that we're just going to get approval from the provincial government officer. But now, one wonders that these contracts that local councils, local authorities give out for contractors to bid, they all go to Attorney General office. But the delay by these local authorities to issue tenders is worrying. How come? Because all these projects, they are similar. We are talking about desks. We are talking about a 1x2 classroom block. We are talking about a 1x3 classroom block. So the tender document, the conditions of the contract conditions, terms and everything is standard in the whole country in all the 156 constituencies. So these procurement officers, they don't need to study. All they need is just to plagiarize, just to get a copy of from ZPPA and just change the name of the project, and then add one or two little changes in the BOQ. But up to now, the 2022 projects, like in my constituency, only 3 have been awarded. 8 are still pending. Why? And the approval from Minister of Local Government was given a long time ago in July last year. Now we're talking about 1 year and above. The procurement officers are failing just to download a tender document and put project specifics for advertisement. These kind of challenges in this 8th National Development Plan would be reduced by what? First of all, our councils, the technical capacity is definitely needs to be enhanced. You find that in these technical, the technical personnel, the designs, there's need for the CDF to also include consultancy component, not just construction component, because there's need for technical input in the designs of these projects, these community projects. Imagine, of course, we have standard designs from Minister of Local Government. Now, these standard designs, they're just architectural plans. Now, an architectural plan is not fit for all, because you've got to look at the design of the foundation where that building is going to stand. So you have a standard plan, you take it out to another, into a ward, you want to build that, but there's need for geotechnical investigations. Check the soil, check the bearing capacity, check that is this building going to stand on this foundation, and so on. But the councils, they will just take that standard BOQ and advertise. That is a source of misappropriation of funds, because contractors, even they will build, it's very difficult to monitor. It's very difficult to monitor because of the nanny presence of technical consultants. Also, there's need for close collaboration with different institutions. If I'm building a maternity wing, Ministry of Health, through the DHD, directors, health directors, must be highly involved to provide technical guidance. Even if I'm building a 1-by-2 classroom block, I must involve the Ministry of Education in that particular local council for guidance. Otherwise, those are the main users, the beneficiaries. The local council engineers, they are not know for it all. You are an engineer, but you have a certain specific area that you are vested in. If we are constructing a dam, we must consult Ministry of Water and Sanitation. Also, maybe Ministry of Water and Sanitation.
Wind
or
up, Honorable
Agriculture.
Member. Your time is up.
Oh, since I just saw, Sheshe, I now say thank you and I submit.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development to respond to the issues relating to the CDF that have been raised. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you very much indeed. I want to show my deep appreciation to the feedback that is coming back from colleagues regarding the performance of the CDF, starting with Honorable Member of Parliament for Shuangandu, who laments about the absorption rate. He laments about the competition that has arisen on the various officers and citizens in launching, in commissioning, in inspecting these CDF projects. The response really is one, is that we are running a transparent system, and obviously this should not be politicized, and it should come with the right message. And I do understand when you say this, because there was a time when someone actually mispresented facts and said the CDF had now increased from what it is to 58 million kwacha per constituency per annum. And so this was a misconception, and it arises from that members are complaining. There are also other misconceptions, such as the absorption rate of these same projects. Those comments are fully absorbed by myself, and we will look at how to deal with it. The committee, Madam Speaker, in their own language, on page number, on point 3.4 and paragraph number 2, they say there's a myriad of implementation challenges, but after that I only see 2. A myriad, madam, is a countless, that's what it means, countless issues that have arisen. We are coming from a difficult position where bureaucracy was a bottleneck in the implementation of the CDF. We have since attended to those, at least in the ministry, by devolving the authority from the national to the province using the local government officer to approve all these projects. And we also put a clause there in Madam, where we said that if a project proposal is not responded to within 14 days, it should be deemed as having been approved. That is to deal with the issue of unnecessary bureaucracies. I want to say that even as we lament around this issue, you must stand in the mirror and see who you see there. When you stand before a mirror, madam, all the time, you see yourself. And do an introspection yourself and say, what is it that I'm doing to make sure that these processes move fast? I also have lamentations that in certain constituencies, CDF processes will not move unless the MP is there. And I've said over and over and over again that this money is government money. And so the power politics are known. This tool called CDF has been used by many, those inside and those outside, as a way to navigate through being elected or re-elected. So the DC in certain times becomes overzealous. And I'm strong enough to say it as it is, to say they have an agenda to assume office of the MP. This is not a new thing. It started a long time ago, and it exists both on the right-hand side and also on the left-hand side of your divide, Madam Speaker. But truth be told, I think that we as MPs must also do our part, our fair part, to make sure that the processes move. Madam, even as far as I am concerned, the challenges that are very pronounced right now are sitting within the ambit of the ZPPA Act, the law. There have been too many back and forth movements of the procurement process, to the point where when a tender is almost being awarded, someone springs up and challenges it, and it's cancelled, and they have to start all over again. Those are real challenges that we have to fix within the processes. Kaumbwe, my colleague from Chinsali, the consolation about your cars not coming really sits in the fact that the doctrine says the first shall be last and the last shall be first in the kingdom of God. So your vehicles are coming. They are parked in the office yard. They are going through registration. I had challenges at one time with my sister, the MP for Lundazi, who said, but what is it about me? And I said, I saw your car parked there for the last 10 days. But there was no communication between her CS, my PS, and so even that requires to be streamlined. But we are all on equal footing. And as a government, we want to treat you the same, exactly the same. Two children of different wombs, but with one father, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, will treat you exactly the same in terms of how we proceed. Madam Speaker, we also are challenged very seriously with the issue of attitude in our councils. We still have inertia in our councils. I must confess this to you. We have inertia, we have corruption in the council. Sometimes delayed processes are there in order for someone to assume a little something. And this is an area where we must work together to make sure that we find those people who are acting as blockages for pecuniary benefit. We must do that together. Madam, there's also an issue of pure incompetence. We still register that, but that is in the ambit of the Local Government Service Commission, who do the appraisals of individuals who work in the councils. The issue about consultancy, I heard from my colleague from I was going to say from China, no, from Kaumbwe. It is true, it is very true that we need to capacitate our councils, Madam Speaker, to make sure that design, consultancy, certification is all done correctly. That is an area that I must confess is lacking. But this is what we inherited, Madam. We have fully fledged directors of engineering with papers who just warm their desks and will not do the job according to the profession that they trained to be. And so that is an area where the President has said, we have absorbed everyone into the civil service that we inherited. We have shared our vision to those that we found. And this year has become the year where those who do not want to toe the line may be shown the door. Remember, Madam Speaker, that we are still coming from a point where resuscitation of political parties such as PF that just left is something that is on the card. They want to rejuvenate themselves to come, and we know very well that according to them, it is only their stalwarts that they employed in government. It is in their manifesto. We have been working very hard to try and realign the thinking of our workers and telling them that, look, please don't do this anymore. Otherwise, the whip will crack. Example I can give you, Madam. As I am busy trying to clean up the city of Lusaka, a director in Lusaka City Council is busy giving permission for clutter to be put back in the CBD. And it is as late as 4 days ago. I called this fellow to my office, and unfortunately, I report to the president, I'm having problems. He says, tell that person he may be the first one to be retired on national interest. That is not the route that we want to go. So part of these challenges that we have are actually human and self-made. That if you don't want to toe the line of the party that is governing now, you can only disadvantage those whose interests and aspirations you were voted for. So let's now forget about our divide of politics and work towards the vision. Because in any case, Madam Speaker, Just 2-3 years ago, there was no money to talk about under CDF.
Yeah.
This conversation tells you that CDF is the main thing, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
It is what defines now the MP and what he can do for the constituency. There's so much money that is to be spent. The issue about banks and the processes, I must concede again, because that's my nature. It was a novel engagement to involve banks, because it's the same members of parliament who, in their select committee that you constituted, Madam Speaker, said we don't want to deal with the loans component. There is a chairman of the committee that was chosen. They said we don't. So we had to approach banks, and the banks had their own terms and conditions, which we could not rush. Otherwise, we got it wrong. But I must now say that the traction is happening. It is happening, and it will soon start to show. Madam, as I conclude, I would like to also address the issue of my colleagues from the Copper Belt, Mufulira. They commented about the roads. Yes, it's true. But what is good for the gander is good for the goose. And what I mean is that it is the same councils, the same officers who we inherited that do not have expertise to do these roads. And we must capacitate them. With those few remarks, Madam, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to respond to the colleagues.
Thank you very much. Although the interest of, I think, the House is that motor vehicle. I don't know, maybe you can just comment briefly on that?
There are just 20 constituencies that have not yet received the motor vehicles, only 20.
I think the interest is the views of the motor vehicle, how the council is holding
Fine.
on
I have
to
some good news. Thank you very much. At the last cabinet meeting, because we have a president who listens, the issue of motor vehicles and the custody was raised. And it was raised mostly in the context of the fact that there will be some district with more than 1 or 2 constituencies where it becomes very impractical to keep the motor vehicle at the main council, if, say, the case of Wengwa and Momba. And your leader, the president, said, allow the MPs to be the custodians of these vehicles. So that is good news. And let me just make it more clear. The MP's office, and not the MP, lest I get misunderstood, that the secretariat remains in the council, and because already we found challenges of these motor vehicles being found in areas where they really not ought to have been, just a month after they were discharged into the constituencies, the president considered, because he's a listening man, and he said the office of the MP can be the custodian of the motor vehicle. However, he was also very clear that because we do not, most of us, we do not possess the requisite competent GRZ licenses, the MP will not be allowed to drive, but they will be able to control the usage of the motor vehicle. And I think that is good news from a president who listens.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning will respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make comments on the report that has been submitted by the committee. And I want to start by expressing gratitude to the committee that was considering the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. I would also want to thank the honorable members for their contributions to the debate on the 2022 Annual Progress Report. Madam Speaker, I take note of the observations made by the committee on the progress report being submitted without the implementation plan. Further,
I also appreciate contributions coming from the honorable members. I would like to report that the costed 8th National Development Plan Implementation Plan was approved by the National Development Coordinating Committee on the 15th of June 2023, and therefore, going forward, the implementation plan will be available for members to make comprehensive assessment of the 8th National Development Plan progress reports. Madam Speaker, I would also like to mention to the House that all of the committee's observations and recommendations are well noted and will be used to improve the 8th National Development Plan and progress reporting. These recommendations include, among one, the requirements for timely production of statistics to improve program monitoring and reporting through investment in digital platforms. 2, widening the tax base by devising mechanisms for inclusion of the informal sector in the tax system. 3, consideration for the harmonization of company income tax by making it simpler and more predictable. 4, the requirement to digitize the revenue collection systems. And 5, to continue enhancing the participation of MSEs in the economy to ensure that these enterprises grow and become significant players in the economy. Madam Speaker, let me also comment on some of the points raised by colleagues. The first set of comments is just to complement what the Minister of Local Government said on the CDF. Because indeed, for most of us within rural constituencies, CDF is the driver for development. Now, there has been some obstacles before, which my colleague did outline. Let me just mention some of the things that have been done from the Treasury point of view to streamline. You recall that previously, your council secretaries had to send their CDF to Lusaka for Treasury authority. That was then decentralized. They were no longer coming to Lusaka. They were now going to the provincial headquarters to have the Treasury authority to be provided. I'm happy to say that the Treasury authority has now been completely decentralized to the councils. So the treasurer of the council does not need to go to the provincial headquarters. They don't need to come to Lusaka, because the treasurer himself is authorized to say, yes, I've got budget for this project, and therefore, let's go ahead and implement. I'm sure you agree with me that this is a step forward in terms of reducing the red tape. I also want to say that progress is well underway on the implementation, on the procurement. I think many colleagues here would testify to the fact that procurement delays at the level of councils have also been a problem. Now, we are in the final stages of amending the Zambia Public-Private Procurement Act. I think in the next session, it will definitely be one of the early bills to come on the floor of the House. In that bill, due recognition has been made of the delays caused in the procurement process. So I can assure colleagues here that when that procurement law is changed, a lot of the nuisances that you suffer through now in the procurement, that will be history. Let me now also move to the issue of the school grants, because obviously education is a very important aspect of development. You recall, or perhaps before I go to there is something that we have noticed, Madam Speaker. This is that because the CDF has been enhanced, there's a tendency now to exaggerate the cost of projects. Houses that were constructed for moderate amount of money before, classrooms that were constructed for moderate amount of money before, there's pressure, especially among the contractors, to say, but there's a lot of money. Why are you forcing us to charge so little when there's enough money? So I want to give this warning. The money has been increased, not for projects to be escalated in costs without justification. The money has been increased so that we can do more. Okay? The money has been increased so that we can do more. Not for people now to double the cost of the desks, to double the cost of the teachers' houses. That will not be allowed, because we are going to send in auditors. Anyone who has approved a cost of a project without justification, they are going to face the music. Money has been increased so that we can do more, not for people to pocket that money. No. Madam Speaker, I also want to say something about the school grants. You recall that in abolishing school fees, school grants have been enhanced. But, Madam Speaker, there's a problem. The problem is that when you go around the schools, there's a lot of tension. Teachers are up in arms against headmasters. Headmasters are up in arms against, what do they call them? Parent Teachers Association. They are saying, we just hear there's so much money that has come, as school grants. We don't know how much has come. We don't know how this money is being utilized. All we see is headmasters making workshops almost so frequently. And we suspect that this money is going in allowances. I want to repeat the warning. The money was provided for schools to have adequate resources, not now for headmasters or PTAs or anybody else to start using that money for allowances. Again, we are going to send auditors. If anyone is misapplied this money away from what it was intended to be, they have lots of stories to answer. They will have lots of stories to answer. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that with efficient and honest implementation of CDF, with efficient utilization of the school grants, I believe that some of the development challenges of this country will be addressed. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Momba wind up debate in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance and National Planning for his commitment to address the concerns that which were raised in our report, and also to thank the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development for the assurances. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the members of Parliament who debated. Honourable Member of Parliament for Chiwangandu, Pantanchi Mufurila, Chinsali, and Kaumbwe, and also just to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. And also, lastly, Madam Speaker, to thank the members of this committee for having given me the mandate to manage the process of this report up to this end. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th July 2023. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, third reading.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023.
Next order.
The Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023, third reading.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023.
Next order.
A report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies, motion of 25th July, resumption of debate.
When business was adjourned, or when business was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 25th July 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Zambezi East that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies, on the report of the Auditor General, on the accounts of parastatal bodies and other statutory institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2021, for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 21st July 2023, and the Honorable Member for Zambezi East was winding up debate. May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely thank you for giving me the opportunity to wind up debate on the motion that I moved. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to thank the individual members that debated on this motion, individually and severally. And I would like to cite Honorable Member for Lunte, who debated passionately about corporate governance and also the control environment. I would also like to cite the issues that he spoke about concerning the DBZ and CEEC in relation to non-performing loans. And the DBZ issue, as you heard from the Minister of Finance and National Planning, is now a sunk issue because it is receiving the utmost attention through the Bank of Zambia, who are the supervisory institution. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa, who also cited the issue of DBZ and also talked about the glaring issues that would call for a truce into these glaring audit queries. And we all know that the law enforcement agencies must have keen interest in some of these issues which border on criminality. And the honorable member went ahead and talked about issues to do with contract terms, which should be looked into critically before they are signed. And this rests with the Office of the Attorney General. And the committee is seeking the House to consider this issue and probably imploring the executive to make sure that these contracts which go to the Attorney General's office must be looked into closely, because we need to actually be clear on what role the Attorney General plays in passing these contracts. Is it really to read through the clauses and ensure that they benefit the country, or it rests with the generators of these contracts? So we need to actually identify the responsibility whom it rests with. Madam Speaker, I was also happy with the debate by the honorable member for Kanyama, where he stated that the report should be an eye-opener to the New Dawn administration, because the atrocities reported about refer to a period from around 2018 to around 2021. And of course, it should give the New Dawn administration an opportunity to review the control environment, and especially in ensuring that the legislation that already exists, the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018, and many other pieces of legislation that guide public finance management, should actually be utilized and followed to the letter. Madam Speaker, on that note, I would like to thank everybody that participated, and most sincerely yourself and your team who gave us the support to ensure that this report actually saw the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, on that note, I would like to rest my case and move this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies, on the report of the Auditor General, on the accounts of parastatal bodies and other statutory institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2021, for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 21st July 2023. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The acting leader of government business, adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of any item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you very much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business for today has been concluded. So before we end our live broadcast for today, we have a look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House from the time the House started sitting at 14:30 hours.
There were 4 announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of members of the Parliamentary Standing Orders Committee on Public Accounts and staff from the Parliament of Namibia, a delegation of 7 that was moved by the Vice Chairperson and leader of the delegation, Honorable Halaria Mukapuli MP. And so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, she received the distinguished guests and warmly welcomed them in the midst.
And the other announcement came, the other announcement from Madam Speaker was on the presence of the members of the clergy in the press galleries and the church mother bodies, and also staff from the Office of the Vice President, National Guidance and Religious Affairs Department. And this delegation comprised the following: Bishop David Masupa, Independent Churches of Zambia; Bishop Andrew Mwenda, Evangelical Fellowship of Zambia; Elder Ben Chandalala, Christian Mission in many lands; Pastor Keith Chumpu, Seventh-day Adventist Church President for Lusaka Conference. There was also Apostle Evans Kapinga, Apostle Council of Churches, and others included Sister Audrey Mwale, Zambia Conference of Catholic Bishops. There was also Bishop Martin Mutando from the New Apostolic Church, and others included Dr. Martha Sitali, Assistant Director, Religious Affairs in the Office of the Vice President, and Mr. Godfrey Kaoma, Assistant Director, National Guidance Office of the Vice President. And on behalf of the National Assembly, she received the distinguished guests and warmly welcomed them.
In the third announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of students and representatives of the University of Zambia Student Union, UNZASU, Students Representative Council, SRC, as well as pupils and teachers from Ford All Christian School in Lusaka District. And so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, she warmly welcomed the visitors.
And the other announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that the National Assembly of Zambia has come up with 3 annual awards for recognizing well-deserving members of Parliament. And the awards are aimed at recognizing honorable members who perform exceptionally well in their constituencies and in the House and the nation at large. And the categories were as follows: 1, the Robinson Nabuliato Award for the overall best member of Parliament of the year. Madam Speaker said that the Robinson Nabuliato is in commemoration and recognition of Honorable Dr. Robinson Nabuliato, MP, OGCF, as the longest-serving Speaker, having served from 1969 to 1988 and from 1991 to 1998. And she said that this award will be given to the overall best performing member of Parliament in the year.
And the second award is the Wesley Nyirenda Award for the Outstanding Youth Member of Parliament of the Year. She said that the award is in recognition of Honorable Wesley P. Nyirenda as the first youngest elected Speaker of the National Assembly, having been elected Speaker at the age of 40, which is within the Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU definition of a youth.
And the third category is the Nelly Muti Award for the Outstanding Woman Member of Parliament of the Year. And in this category, she said that this award is in recognition of the current Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP, as the first female Speaker of the National Assembly. She further said that successful nominees will be represented with awards at the ceremony to be held on Thursday, 14 September 2023, during the commemoration of the International Day of Democracy.
After those announcements, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 76. This question came from Muchinga Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Banda. He posed this question to the Minister of Transport and Logistics. He wanted to find out whether the government is aware that truck drivers at Kasumbalesa and Nakonde border posts are being exposed to high levels of radiation due to the requirement that drivers pass through the scanning machine with their cargo. And the acting minister of Transport and Logistics, the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, Honorable Collins Nzovu, did respond on behalf of the Minister of Transport. He did say that government is aware that truck drivers had raised the concern of high levels of radiation. And in the B part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out if so, what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the health of the drivers and prevent cancerous diseases. And according to the Minister's response, he did say that government through Zambia Revenue Authority and Tanzania Revenue Authority is committed to holding sensitization activities in August 2024 to show truck drivers and transporters association on how the scanning machine operates.
And we had a question from Kawe Central Member of Parliament, Chrysosta Halwindi. She wanted to find out from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation whether government is aware that 10 dams were breached and more than 27 others were reported to have been to be at high risk of falling in southern province during the rain season of 2022 to 2023. And the B part of the question, she wanted to know if so, what measures are being taken to rehabilitate the breached dams during the onset of the rainy season. And in response, the minister indicated that government is aware that 10 dams were breached and more than 27 others reported to be at high risk. And the big part of the question, the minister indicated that the ministry has plans to undertake detailed feasibility studies of the 10 dams in the southern province. And once the studies are conducted and the scope and cost established, they will be included in the 2024 implementation plan.
Chairman of Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mutayachalo, posed a question to the Minister of Agriculture. He wanted to find out a question in two parts, whether the government is aware that private companies in Chama North Parliamentary Constituency and other parts of the country are buying cotton from farmers at a low price of 6 kwacha per kilogram, as compared to the 15 kwacha per kilogram market price in the 2022 marketing season. And the minister did respond to say that government is aware. And in the B part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out if so, what measures are being taken to avoid further exploitation of the cotton farmers by the private buyers. And according to the minister's response, he did say that government engaged Guinean companies in 2023 on the prices they offered cotton farmers, as they were relatively low than the previous year. Hence, Guinean companies adjusted their prices to 8 kwacha 10 ingwe per kg.
After that, the House went on to consider a private member's motion that was moved by Pestauke Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, and the title of the private member's motion was Reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs, and in which this motion was actually urging the House that the government do reintroduce the Ministry of National Guidance and Religious Affairs. And of course, a division was called, and when a question was put, it was negative, so it did not go through, and it has fallen off.
Thereafter, the House was supposed to consider the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee, a report that was supposed to be moved by my Member of Parliament, Mr. Chavinga, and so this report was deferred to a later date for consultation. After that, Member of Parliament, Mr. Fred Jatila, moved a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to consider the 2022 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th July 2023. So this was seconded by Kasama Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Siwongile Mwamba. When a question was put, it was resolved in the affirmative, meaning this report has been adopted.
And after that, the House considered two bills at the third reading stage, and this was the Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and also the Zambia Institute of Valuation Surveyors Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023. Both were considered at third reading stage, and they've gone through the third reading stage.
Thereafter, there was a resumption of debate on the report of the Committee on Parastatal Bodies. At the time, business was interrupted. Yesterday, on the floor of the House was Zambezi East Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kambita, winding up debate. And so this report has been adopted.
Well, so that is what was discussed on the floor of the House today. So tomorrow we begin proceedings of the House at 08:30 hours, but proceedings of the House actually 14:30 hours, but we have other programs that start at 08 hours. So remember to join us as we bring to you live proceedings every day of the day. So this has been Pauline Monga and Matimba Mukua. On behalf of everyone else in the studios, we wish you a lovely evening.
On DSTV Premium, Nora is back as life in the her and her outrageous family and friends.
I have an idea.
You do? Two families battle for the movie.
That was fun.
It's the tarmac as Red Bull continues their push for dominance.
Absolutely epic!
It's your moment to be entertained by staying connected to DSTV Premium.
Not doing anything.
Football and tennis.
Yeah.
And I'll forever love you.
Bascouti bachi tapachi beshinali obemozo
Jamme fukumi bombera komanda. Mbora na yena tatamuna kapo future yonza komanda.
Bigenjera po chipondo.
Dominia Kasebo.
Football lives on GoTV.
Works the space well.
Nobody but GoTV gives you all games of La Liga and Serie A.
And he scores. And it's into the net again.
The Premier League.
He has
Bola Yapazet. And UEFA games that matter. Get a Go Coder, Go Tenor, plus 1 month of GoTV Super for only 499 kwacha to enjoy the football madness. GoTV. Love it.
Her Honor, the Vice President's question time.
Questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 76.
A matter to be admitted, it has to be of recent occurrence.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a channel dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Inika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Estesi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct hospitals?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.